Yo, what is going on, gamers? Can we get a Spectrum Sunday in the chat? Yeah, how y'all doing? This is great how every every stream that I do, my mic is just not right. This is not positioned ideally, but hopefully I'm loud enough you can hear. Let me know how the volume is, because it's always hard to tell. It was all silence and then bam, a new Ventress jump scare. Doggone it. Sorry about that, I hope it wasn't too loud. There were 40 seconds left. It's my fault. Sorry. Oh, can I delay it by 2 minutes? Doggone it. What's it from Sorry, alright? Yeah, hey Luca. Yeah, it's been going alright actually. Been just doing a lot recently. I don't know. There's been a lot of stuff. Just like this week, I've been working on Project Rainbow a lot, which is very fun to work on. But man, it's been very crazy how many things I've been doing back and forth. You are not forgiven. That's understandable. Yeah, so I'm playing the Rush Adventure soundtrack. I forget who asked for that last time. Someone asked in the chat that I do Rush Adventure because it's like Colors. What was it? It was because I did Colors DS. So might as well go like backwards in the Rush trilogy of sorts. Anyway. Yeah, thanks. It's been better. I mean, it's not ideal. There's still certainly a lot of like random things that go on, but you know, not as bad as it was for sure. Yeah, let me know, everyone, how the audio is. I guess I'll just jump into this. Alright. I like that it just says the name of the song and not what it's from. We're just in training. Yeah. So one of those moods, I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess I'm doing this. Kinda need to wake up here. So I've been working on this, well, I've been doing, like I said, I've been doing a lot of stuff for Project Rainbow. I don't know if I can really say, like, the extent of, like, specifically what I've been working on yet, because I think it's supposed to be a bit of a surprise. But, you'll see it soon. It'll be pretty cool, but, I've been doing something for that. My mic is a little bit low, alright? Yeah, the problem with this is there's not really a good place for me to, like, put my mic. It's really stupid. There we go. Prop it up a bit. Maybe that's a little better? Let me know how that is. So, I think what we need to work on this time is basically just figuring out more of the posture common and also C physics. Because, so in Colors and Lost World, it seems like these are a little bit different, unfortunately, which is something that I was afraid of. But as I've been looking into this class a little more, I've realized it's maybe not gonna be as bad as I thought. It's like 90% the same between games, right? There's just a few things that look off, so I might be able to just make the class in Lost World bigger, and then like add the stuff that's missing from Colors to the end, right? And then like all the Lost World code will continue to work, hopefully, right? Whereas the Colors stuff that I'm gonna add should also work. Hey Skype. Yes, that's the theme for my streams, is that you're always about to faint from exhaustion. Sorry, man. Well, thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Hey Megaboy, how you doing? Yeah, it's been going alright. Project Durango? I don't know. Oh, I see what happened. Sorry, Project Rainbow. It's a mod by Blue Wolf and a bunch of other people have been working on it as well. It's for Sonic Colors Ultimate, and what it does is it just tries to make it less bad, basically. So it improves the visuals and fixes a lot of the issues with the game. Yeah, so I've been doing some like programming work for it, basically. I don't know if my mic is still low, by the way. It's really hard to get it louder than this. Alright, so let's just... I think what we need to do first here... Yeah, no, you're good. It took me a moment. I was like, Durango? What do you... Oh! Because there was something... So I don't know how to explain this. I like was scrolling through Twitter at like, I don't know, like 2 a.m. or something last night. And I was like tired. And I remember seeing something that was called Project Durango, like literally. I don't know what it means. But there was something called that. I don't remember what it was, but I just saw it in some tweet. And somehow my brain made like a mental note of that because I was like, that's an odd word. So then you're mentioning that in the chat today and I'm like, wait. Is this connected to that thing that I read at 2 a.m.? Anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Just sorry for being super scatterbrained here. I'm just shifting gears. I did like 4 different major things today. I was like, oh, okay, now I'm doing Spectrum. I guess here we are. So yeah, I want to check out the constructor for this. And I want to see if we can figure out what all these values are. So I got a lot of them figured out for like Lost World. Not all of them are named. Well, this one, huh? They don't store the rotation as they do it as Quaternion, yeah. So I have no idea what that is. It's like mostly the same as in colors, but there's just a few things that are off. Which makes sense. So I think maybe we need to start with this, oops. Okay. Maybe let's start by starting the game up and checking out the constructor and seeing what it looks like. So let me make sure that's muted. It is, cool. Durango, and the first thing that came to my mind was a Dodge SUV. That might have actually been what I was reading about. There was some tweet about... Yeah, I think it was literally... I think it was literally the Durango. I was looking at like car stuff yesterday. I don't know. Alright, let's check this out. So I guess it's at the end of this, right? That's where we want to look. Or no, it's fine. Just put a breakpoint here. And then, I don't know, we can just pause later and check the value of the stuff of that pointer. Alright, cool. Does it not construct C physics until, like, you start a level? I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess not. Alright. So, let's see. It should be R3, right? Yeah. There we go. How do you use this again? Hang on, what the frick? It's like that. Yeah, Dolphin's debugger is weird. Oh, you can view it as like a float, right? There it is. Yes. Okay, so this is where it starts. I'll line that up with the top. And then I think what we can do is we can just pause this later and just I don't know, just at any random point. Yeah, we can just check the values. So I just kind of want to compare it to Lost World. See what we can figure out. Okay. So there's 3 floats at the beginning apparently, and then a vector 3. So that gets well, that should be padded. Oh no, in Lost Colors they're actually not padded. That's right. Is that right? That seems really weird. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. I wonder why, because they have paired singles in on the Wii as well, and they use them, so I don't know. Maybe they don't have to be aligned like that? And then this is the Lost World one. So there's a lot of stuff, and then velocity's way down here. So let's just check this out. Okay, so these are the first 3 float values, and then this is the velocity, which is currently 0, 0, 0. Probably would be better to like move and then check this, I guess. Well, maybe we should look at it both times, because it might be helpful to like compare it to when you're stationary. Need some water. Shoutouts to my awesome like cup, which just like I don't know how to explain it. The lid is so poorly designed. It just like leaks water everywhere sometimes, and that's really great when that happens on a live stream. Let's clean that up a little bit, jeez. Yeah, someday we'll be able to get a cup that doesn't leak. Hey, what's up? Can we get some love for the cup? Oh yeah. Chat's spamming some love for the cup. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you know, I was a little too harsh towards it. I'm sorry. It's doing its best. Alright, so then the matrix begins, like, immediately after that, I guess? Yeah. Because they're also not aligned, apparently. So this starts, 54? Right here. So that's the C player pointer, and then this is the position. Actually, that does look right, yeah. Then the rotation, right? Yeah. Okay. Then there's yet another matrix. It's hex 30 in size. So, like, ends there. Horizontal velocity makes sense to be 0. Vertical velocity also makes sense to be 0. There's another vector there, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's, like, I don't know, forward velocity? That would make sense. Maybe not. No, because there's another one. Oh, this one is not zeroed out? Did I get this right? Let me make sure. I've always got to like double check myself. Oh, I'm glad I did. Because I was wrong. Yeah, here's where the matrix begins. So what's the difference between these two matrices? I guess this is, probably would help to, like, write this out, right? At least for me, I don't know, my brain works like that sometimes. Let's just do, like, tabs. No, I hate that. Never mind. See, this is the fun thing about doing these, like, streams. I'm just gonna put 0 for those values, because those are just too much of a pain. Also, it's a 3x4, so is that, like... I forget if the first number in... Like, in Sonic Team's wording, I forget if the first number indicates the amount of columns or rows. So, that's cool. I think they use, vector 3s? Maybe we'll just do it like this. So anyway, but yeah, that's the fun part about doing these streams, like, doing this stuff live, is that everyone gets to see how much of an idiot you are sometimes. Okay, that's the position. And then I think that's it, right? Wait, no. Because it starts here. 1, 2, 3. 3, and then there's the final one. Yeah, okay. Man, I'm sorry, this just melts my brain. I don't know why. Okay, it's like that. I think. That didn't seem right. It's probably, like columns and rows, I probably got those reversed. But anyway, I just want to write it out at least, and then we can go from there. So there's another matrix that comes right after that. So it's here. That one's just zeroed out. Am I lost? Help, I'm lost. I'm being real dumb right now. Wait, so like, I forgot what it was. This is the, yeah, that's the player point. Right. Then that's the matrix, and then after that, we have like, here. Okay. Don't lose this time, dude. Okay, it starts here. Probably highlight that. No, that would be cool. Whatever. So then there's two matrices here, and these are the ones I wanted to see why they're different. So it starts with basically 0, because, I don't know, it's like such a small value that that's basically what that is. I'll do that for all those values. Also, what the frick is wrong with me? Like, dude, wake up. All right. So I think I screwed something up. That doesn't look right. Like, it looks like I did something very dumb. This is, yeah, but what I wanted to see is this is very similar to the other matrix. So like, what is yeah, that's right. Okay, gosh, dude. Sometimes I'm just so out of it. Alright. Yeah, and then there's a vector that's the input force, but that's also 0. That'll change when we like apply input to the controller. These are probably related, like previous input force or something, if I had to guess. Somewhere even up there. I can keep looking at that later, but I don't need to figure out all the values. This one I named get up because there's a function in Lost World called get up that returns the up vector from C physics. But in Colors, there doesn't seem to be a function that does that. Instead, they just use this value directly. So to like explain to my future self like what this value maps to in Lost World, I just named it get up. That's not actually what the field would be called. Cup moment. I wasn't paying attention. Is that a quaternion? It's making me mad, so I assume it is. It's a bunch of different values. I mean, now I'm looking at matrices mostly, but it's okay, Rad. Even if you're an idiot, I'm big when that's not true. Oh, it's a vector, the croc. Yeah, he's my favorite croc. It that doesn't feel right somehow. I don't like it. What? Alright, hang on. Did I do that right? I gotta sneeze, dude. And what a sneeze it was. Jeez. That's probably why I'm out of it, like no kidding. Like I've been having some kind of allergies lately. So I'm just kind of like, bleh. I think that's been what's going on. Alright, So, gosh, it was like around here was where it started. There. So 9348, 0, yeah. I just want to make sure I get this alright again. Because I don't trust myself. Cool. So then somewhere later on, it starts with this. Okay. No, yep, I was correct to not trust myself. Good lord. And then 9.3, yeah, 536, 0. It's that again, yeah. Okay. And then for the second matrix, it is in fact different because the like very small values are not the same. Yeah, this last value is also different. Okay, so these are not the same, they're not just like the same matrix in this case. I don't know what the frick this represents. The position is like here, right? But I don't know if I have it like written out correctly. I can check, I guess, because the position is actually also up here. It's like 0, like a small value, 1576, and then a small value again. So that would probably be let me see. If she scare me? Oh yeah, me too. Like I get him, but I don't. But normally I'm not like this stupid. Like I'm particularly out of it today. Hey Autumn, what's going on? It is not morning, but I was asleep. It's based. I can't really argue with that. So hang on, so the position, if I can just write this down again, because that will help me. Again, it's like this freaking pointer. Yeah. Then we have these. Right. Then the rotation is like, I think I'll write this down this time. There we go. Okay. And so if we look in the matrix, we should at least find the position values there, which we do. But this is weird, right? This last one is not not correct. So it has to be like... I don't know. Thinking I just got the orders wrong or something? Yeah, maybe they do for like... No, because that doesn't make any sense. Wait, maybe it does. Yeah, 0, 1, 5, 7, 6, 0. There it is. Okay, that's the position. Yeah. So then, like... One, two, three, four. There it is. I love matrices. Alright. Cool, so that's actually how they're written. So that's position. So then for this one, this is effectively the position. And then this one doesn't have that last value. So this must be used for something else. I don't know, is it like collision or the visual or something? It could be like a hitbox, I guess. It probably changes when you move, but I don't know. So I guess we'll just try moving and see what happens, maybe. Ooh. Let's go fast. It's pretty fast. It's not like too fast. I have been conscious for roughly 2 minutes, but I'd say I'm doing pretty good so far. Autumn, you're about as out of it as I am. Like, unironically. I did like taxes again today. Put it off for a while because I had other stuff to do. That was cool. It's just, oh my gosh, it's such a nightmare. Well, it's not a nightmare at all unless you're self-employed, right? If you do like, if you just work for a company, it's like easy. Like you just get these like W-2 forms in the mail, you know? You just put them on your taxes, you're done. You're done in like 30 minutes max. Self-employed, no. You've got all these little things and you're like, wait, how do I file this? And you have to figure it out yourself, and if you get it wrong, you're in trouble. Good luck. It's so bad. I really hate it. So that wiped me out today. And then I've been doing Project Re-Rainbow because I've been I don't think I can say anything yet. I think it's a surprise. But it's kind of cool. I did something mildly cool for it. Practice driving today? Yo, let's go. Nice, that's cool. I really love the progress. Thanks, yeah, it's been it's been good. It's just like, ooh. Need to sleep at some point, you know? Okay, wait. My position should be updated because I moved. So that's very questionable that it seems like it hasn't changed. Does it not, like, yeah, it refreshed, right? Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Also, maybe I was wrong the whole time about that. Maybe that's not what maybe that's not the position value. Whoa. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong script. Yeah, this is velocity, I think, because it was 0 until we started moving. And there's a matrix. This is still 0, so I don't know what the heck that is. And then this is supposed to be hold up. So there's 3 floats. There's a vector 3, and there's one of these. And yeah, then there's another vector 3 there. There it is. 2-player, and this is supposed to be the position. But it doesn't look like it really changed. Let's like look at the where we're supposed to spawn at, if I can speak. There it is. That's not the right encoding, Visual Studio, but okay. We're supposed to spawn here. So like the Y position looks about right, but the rest of them do not. Is it just too big for a float, so it just stored it like that? I mean, that seems odd. Maybe. I don't like this at all. Okay, well, this might be more of a pain than I thought it was going to be. I just wanted to figure out what a few of the values were. Okay. Look at how many of them are just the same down here. This is the speed parameters, I assume. Oh, this is, wait, I'm being dumb. That's not, that's probably not a float. Because I documented it as though it was a float. That doesn't mean it is. No, those are floats. Never mind. Well, maybe they just are too big. Alright, well, where do we start then? I guess we just need to, like... Let's just look at the C posture common some more and see what we can... see what values we actually need from C physics, and then figure them out as we go. Because I was just trying to, like... Yeah, like, what's this, right? This is the fun part. Well, this is related to the input, apparently, so... I figured that out, at least. When is it not the fun part, right? No, it's funny because like I was looking at some of the objects in the game, and like they look like they'd be really fun to port. Like none of it looks like that bad. It's just this posture stuff that's like, dude. And it's not even all of the postures, you know? Like what's an example, right? I assume that, like, this posture, for example, would not be that difficult. There's only one V-table, apparently. This is all just the base posture stuff. Is this calculate? I don't remember. Second one is calculate, then there's on enter, then on leave. This is the entirety of that. Oh no, wait, there is a function that's pretty crazy. That doesn't look that bad. I think I have most of those functions figured out. So I think I can like make out what this does fairly easily. I don't know what this one is. I know it's part of the input. So it's probably like related to, you know, the left stick movement, because what else could it be? Oh no, it checks something, like it checks if a button is down. Yeah, if you're holding A, then hover. If you're not, then don't. That's that's what this one does. But so it's like, this doesn't look that bad. A lot of the postures don't. And the states really don't look bad. Like, I don't know, even if you look at like the ball jump or whatever, it's like, there you go. Not too bad. Look at step and it's like pretty reasonable. It's just this posture, common posture one that's like so bad. You've got this function that it calls and it's just like, okay, get the collision position, cool, what is this? What about this? I don't know. What is this? Something with rotation I found out. Oh no. So it's just a lot of like guessing. And it's boring. I'd like to do something on stream that's less boring than this, is the thing. Like that's why I'm jumping all over the place a little bit, because I'm just like, I don't know, like I need to do this. But this is gonna be freaking boring. So hopefully there's something less boring that I can stream. Yeah, hey WRL, how you doing? And the Exentist, what's going on? It's good to see you all. Yeah, so I guess, I mean, I don't know, I guess I can just take it one step at a time. Because I tried, I could also do like maybe more of the cube or something, I don't know. I just don't want this like a super boring stream where it's like, I finish the stream and I'm like, well, there's no progress in game at all. Thanks for watching. Like, I don't want it to be like that every week. But I think that's just where things are right now, because it's just, there's some stuff I need to figure out, you know? So I don't know, let's just take it one step at a time. I don't know, let's just figure it out. So this is part of the base posture, yeah. With the blackboard. They check this value on it, and this is the other fun part. We don't know what the flags are in the blackboard. So like maybe we'll even have to like, hopefully not. Maybe we'll have to re-implement the blackboard as well in Lost World. I don't know if the flags are so different. I think I can probably just modify that one. But again, I don't know yet. There's too much I have to figure out with that. But if this flag is set, then I think it just basically returns. Yeah. Then we scale up this param 3, which is velocity. Why did I not rename that? So I like found out what it was. So I should have renamed that. Oh. Okay. Yes. Okay. So scale the velocity by delta time. Okay, I see why I didn't rename that one. That's just stupid. Okay. Yeah, scale the velocity by delta time. Just gonna say... Actually, let's do this for now, because I don't think that's very often that does that. All that happens is we just take velocity, scale it by... I can't even type. Like dude. Alright, scale velocity by delta time. And then the result of that, you add that to position. Where's that at? Physics. Like that. I know you don't have to put that in parentheses, but I just like doing it to make it easier to read. That is all that does. This build, I don't know if I probably figured that out. Nope. Okay, we'll have to find that. But yeah, like, that's all that does. Which makes perfect sense. Also, you can see why they have FPS issues. Like, that's a little too simple, you know? I think I actually will say if this is true for now, because it's going to take forever to re-implement the rest, and this is probably better than not doing anything for the time being. So let's find this address in the PC version. Oh boy, on enter, that's a good one. C posture grind. Whoops. On that grind. It's water time. Okay. That opened faster than I thought it would. Let's see. I don't know if it's bothersome to ask, sorry if it is, but you guys in Project Rainbow, will you try to fix some of the animations, like the one of Sonic falling down that you showed in the previous stream? So, honestly, like, what I'm doing for the project is just what, like, basically what Blue Wolf tells me that we need to do. So I don't know, like, if Blue Wolf has plans for that. I assume the answer probably is yes, because Blue has really been trying to fix, like, every little visual nitpick that is feasible to fix. I don't know if it'll be fixed in, like, the first release, but I assume that's something that Blue has on the checklist. I think it's fine to say this. Apparently, we've been using, like, you know that Radical Soda video on Sonic Colors Ultimate? We've been using that as, like, a checklist of everything that needs to be fixed, which I thought was really cool, because that's like a perfect list of problems, and I'm fairly certain that was one of the ones in that video. So this would be Sonnet. Yeah, it's on enter. So let's get path. Might as well throw this in there. Cause like... Okay. Path. It's just always good to fix some stuff up while I'm here, you know? I see physics. We're going in a submarine. Okay. Ah. That's really nice. Best of luck to you. Thanks. Appreciate it. Ooh, I love this vector stuff on PC. That's like so fun to read that. I guess they just update the matrix, so that's why it looks like that. Anyway, that's my address that I need. No, not my home address. Anyway, there we go. So put that there, and we can hit build. Guys, right address. Yeah, that's. What the frick is that about? This is from a different version of the compiler, or it's from C++ or using it from C. Oh, I updated Visual Studio, and I guess yeah, great. Okay, I guess we have to do a full rebuild then. I love Microsoft products. Like, not to be that guy, but wouldn't you think that they would just check for that when you hit build? And if it's a newer version, then like they would just rebuild the precompiled header automatically, so you don't have to do that. I am still trying to clean off this cup. It's just going nuts. Well, it's good we have time. This is a full rebuild. Wow. Have you ever seen that XKCD on compiling? I just realized that like maybe half of you will know what I mean and the other half will have no idea what the heck. You're like, you're speaking an alien language. What are you talking about? I'll show you. I think it'll come up immediately. Yeah. The #1 programmer excuse for legitimately slacking off. My code's compiling. It's like, hey, get back to work. Compiling. Oh, okay. Carry on then. Yeah. I was on like a robotics team years ago, and they used to like to reference that one a lot. Because there was a lot of compiling. Alright, so anyway, that should work now. So let's put a breakpoint because I want to make sure. Ooh. Do I have the audio muted for this? We'll find out together. Hopefully. I do, cool. Oh, I forgot! I forgot about this! Ah, yes. Let's get rid of that real fast. What do I even do in the step hook? Nothing of value. Okay. Beautiful, thank you. I like how I just very quickly saw in Visual Studio it just said exception thrown. Like, Lost World, what are you doing? Okay, here we go. So yes, we are in fact hitting the breakpoint. Cool. There's the position, and there's the velocity. That's all right. That's more than you'd think. And then there's delta time. So, oh, wait, did I just clip through the floor? Oh, oh, I see. It's not accounting for collision, is it? That's what's going on. No, it is. Wait. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so when I'm in the fall animation, that's when I'm in the posture. Yeah, so as soon as Sonic goes into that, he stops respecting collision. He just doesn't care about it anymore. Guys, I re-implemented the Ghost Wisp from Sonic Colors Ultimate. Watch. Oh wait. Here it goes. Ghost! It's just like Colors Ultimate. Alright, we need to fix that. So wait, so what condition is true? In which they just start ignoring collision? I guess it must literally be a flag that's like ignore collision, right? Wait. Oh, good lord. The beginning of that song sounded so much like the beginning of the song from Splatoon 2, I believe it is. That I was like for a split second, is Fubar somehow playing Splatoon music? Because I don't know if I want to risk that. Can't believe Spectrum is done. It's ready to be released. Okay, well, so that is in fact not better than doing nothing. Alright, so yeah, copy the position. We do all this up to 250. Okay, get collision. I don't know why I didn't implement this part. Like, that seems a little nuts. And also, I know that this can be simplified. All this, I'm just making it as close to the decompilation as possible right now, because I want this to be easy. Does that work? Maybe it works. ID? Oh yeah, I guess maybe it could. Alright. Let's make sure that it like works before we do anything. Maybe there's some part in the code that says when collision should be considered and maybe the following image. Yeah, so it looks like what it is that at some point during the posture is when they check for collision. And so I just like removed that so it doesn't do that anymore. Okay, yeah, so now he doesn't fall because I removed that, but it doesn't crash, which is what I was looking for. This is very cool, actually. Like, this is really cool for some reason to like learn how that works. So collision is completely just checked here, I assume. So like get collision, they check this flag, I don't know what that is. We'll figure it out. We'll say true for now. It's my little hack. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Oh no. Okay, this is only used by... Oh, I already did that. Okay, we will fix that up in a bit. I don't usually listen to the cutscenes in this game. That's kind of interesting. Okay, I'll have to correct the return value in a second. That's not right. Where are we at? There it is. VStack 244, that's up there. Okay, this is going to be like a const. Yo, this one slaps. I'm sorry. But it does. No. There it is. Ah yes, Visual Studio's indentation. I love it. Okay, VStack 418. Wait, that's not an int at all. That makes more sense. I don't know why. Oh, this is just velocity again. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. This song is awesome. It's one of my favorite Sonic bosses. Yeah, it's real good. Like I don't know what happened. Tomio was just inspired. This one is Tomio, right? Because he's trying to like emulate Hideki Naganuma's style. This game. I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. Versus Johnny Whisker is also incredibly good on the rate. Yeah, it's very good. Well, okay, this is gonna sound weird. It kind of has what is it? Ghost Fight from Undertale. I don't know if that's the name of the song, but it has vibes that are similar to that. Rush OST versus Rush Adventure. That's hard because I like both of them, but I do think Rush is just slightly better. But there's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good tracks on both. It's just that Rush Adventure's stage themes have a few that are really good, but then there's more that I'm not super into. They're like okay, but they just aren't really that catchy to me, but then the standouts are really high. Whereas Rush, it's like almost all, I think pretty much all the stage themes are good. Oh, Rad, things are getting tense. If you mess up your code, it'll explode. Yeah, that's what that song was about. Okay, so this is just... I also have no idea what they're saying, and it sounds, you know... I think Rush 1 is better, but I don't think Rush Adventure is better. Yeah, I'm the same. It's like if I had to choose, it would be Rush and then Rush Adventure, but they're both good, so like... What is up with this? There's another copy. I guess it's just because they set both of these values. Oh wait, notice how they pass in the pointer returned by this. Ah, see that's a little hint. Their code looked like this. Except, why is that not? Oh, right? Yeah, there we go. That's what their code looked like. Sick. Except actually, it was more like this. That's pretty sick. So this is like second velocity, and this is like the physics velocity. I don't know. So I see why they're setting both of them in one go here. But this is something like get new velocity, you know? I don't know what this flag means. So that's fascinating. We'll figure that out in a bit. Should we look at that now or later? Because this is where they like start using the collision. I don't remember Rush Adventure tracks at all. Like, they're not bad, but I don't remember any of them. I don't know why. Yeah, no, I get you. I only remember them because I've listened to it like a bunch. But for the longest time, actually, I didn't remember them either. Yeah, what you need is just like awesome. Like, maybe that's not the word, but it's very good. That's the point. I wish Lost World's code would leak eventually. I wonder, right? Like if you could have the source code, like the complete source code to one Sonic game, which one would it be? Because I honestly, I can't decide, right? Like it's just a fun hypothetical, right? But there's so many that like I would love to see how they do things in. Because one thing is like Sonic Unleashed, right? Would be really great to have that, because I mean you could literally do Unleashed PC, and you could also do like a Switch port and have it actually be good, have it run at like 60 FPS or whatever. Like I guarantee you could make that work if you tried. That'd be really cool, and also you'd have all the Hedgehog Engine 1 stuff in like its original form, where there's all still kind of like some leftovers in there that maybe are like unused features of the engine or whatever. They have all the like early tooling and whatever. It's like that'd be pretty cool. But then it's also like maybe something like Forces, right? Not so much because you're interested in Forces itself, but because of Hedgehog Engine 2 and all the tooling, right? It's like, bro, I don't know. And then for me, I'm kind of like, Colors would be cool to have. Lost World would also be cool to have. I can't decide. I would not save Generations, personally. For me, I would rule that out. Because we've figured out so much of Generations on our own that I don't think we'd really honestly be able to learn a huge amount from that. I don't know, like it'd be great. I wouldn't turn it down if that leaked, but we know most Generations just from guessing. Wasif is real, but they're looking real sus here. If some leak happens tomorrow, I'm gonna blame Wasif personally for that. It's wild to me that Unleashed has better depth of field than Frontiers. Yeah. Unleashed like engine stuff is just. I know that it's not optimized. Like it lags pretty badly in a lot of the levels and such. And it's probably a bit of a mess in terms of the code, but the results that it produces are so beautiful. Like they're so good. I think it would be really awesome to like take Hedgehog Engine 1 from Unleashed and like really go in and try to like optimize it, make all these little changes to make it faster. Like that would be really cool to see how far you could push it. I have no idea what source code I would want because it's not like I could use any of it. I mean, yeah, maybe, because like obviously like legally speaking, like if that were to happen, like I don't think we'd be like allowed to make anything with it, But like, it's a hypothetical scenario where you would somehow be allowed, right? Like, out of any games you'd want to dig through the classic ones, but the decomps, the Sonic 3 Air? Yeah, alright, that's cool. You can contribute a little bit to the Sonic Physics Guide. Be like, you guys are wrong, actually. Everyone's like, thanks. How did you know that? Because I know with the classic games, they're already, like, assembly. So, like, you can already kind of... You don't have the code, but there wasn't really code to begin with, you know what I mean? It was just assembly with a lot of comments. So it's kind of like, you kind of already have that just by looking at the ROM, So it's a little different, but it would be cool to have comments. Will you be able to fix the slow-mo effect? Oh, you would be able to fix it in Lost World PC. If I recall, they fixed it in some branch on Steam, but it breaks the physics. I forgot that was broken. I think they did fix that. Yeah, but there's a lot of weird frame rate bugs. Well, I think I can say this, because this part shouldn't be a surprise. One of the things I was asked to look into for Re-Rainbow was fixing the Aquarium Park boss. Because there's a bug in Colors Ultimate where they didn't like fix the frame rate properly, or the calculations, I mean. So the boss like drills away way too fast, and you can't catch him. The description I heard was that it was literally impossible to catch him, but I don't know if that's actually true because it feels like you're pretty close sometimes. So I don't know what. Okay, my family members are singing now. I was like, what is that sound? My brain always assumes the worst. It's really weird. Yeah, they made the classic games in assembly. That's actually how it was done back in the day, like on the like retro consoles. That's how you made games, you know? You just wrote assembly. Because the consoles weren't fast enough to handle like even C, really. Because you had to do a lot of stuff that was really like, you had to be really specific about how you wanted to use the registers and everything. So I mean, I guess you could have a really good optimized C compiler, but this was the 90s. So the C compilers back then weren't really so optimized like they are now. And yeah, it was just, you just did it in assembly. That's how it was done. And then actually the Dreamcast for like Sonic Adventure, they used C, apparently. I don't believe they use C++ for Sonic Adventure. I don't know about SA2. They might have used some C++ for that. I haven't really looked into it as much. But on the re-releases of Sonic Adventure, like SADX, they did use C++. So it's kind of a mess, because you have part of the game that's from the Dreamcast in C, and then you have the new stuff that's in C++ for the GameCube, and then they also have like a Game Gear emulator that they threw in there. And there's like all this weird... It's a mess of a port. It truly is. I remember looking into it, seeing how they draw, like, I think it was like one triangle onto the screen, and I concluded that they call something like 16 functions, where it like goes from like, I'm gonna mess this up completely, this is not how it actually is at all, but just to give you sort of an idea of what it's like. It's like the Dreamcast C code basically calls into this Ninja library, which is also a Dreamcast thing. But then they have a new implementation of that, which is for the GameCube. So then that takes over, and that calls into something else, which calls into some magic library. It's what they call it, the magic library. That calls into another thing, which goes into a Nintendo GameCube thing. And then that does, I forget, something else, and then it goes all the way back. So they have like all these layers they jump through to like do anything. It's a mess. Anyway, the point is that they used to make games in lower level languages than they do now. But these days, pretty much ever since like Heroes, maybe SA2, I don't know, but definitely Heroes onwards, they've used C++. And every Sonic game since then pretty much has used it. There's been probably like a few exceptions, like the mobile stuff. Some of it is like C#, you know, but yeah, everything else C++. This one slaps. I'm just gonna put that out there. When fans stop copying the classic game's homework and do something more interesting with the core design rather than lift Sonic physics. Yeah, I mean that'd be cool. I see why they don't though, because it's kind of hard to improve on them. Honestly, they're pretty good. Spinball was in C. I didn't know that. Really? I didn't know Spinball was in C. Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, assembly's code, but it's also not, like, I don't know. It's code, but it's a little different than most code. Nights in the Dreams was assembly. That's insane. Wow, huge. Okay, like for all of the flaws that guy had, huge props for that. That's insane. Because that was on the Saturn, right? Oh no, was it Dreamcast? I might be stupid. I don't remember. Someone will correct me faster than I can Google it. Yeah, it was Saturn. Bruh. So you're doing, because like the Saturn was notorious for its like, it was really tough to program the Saturn. Because you got all these crazy instructions where you could operate on like several different registers at the same time. It was like SIMD, but ahead of its time. And it was apparently just an amazing nightmare. So like any poor dev who had to make games for the Saturn it was just like hell. Apparently, from what I've heard it from multiple devs who have spoken about their experience working on the Saturn. They were like, oh, it was the worst. So that must have been very fun to program a Sega Saturn game that was 3D, that like entirely in assembly. Like, oh, good lord. Wow. Could that be the reason why there's so many bugs in the 360 version of Sonic Adventure, like falling from the map? I mean, basically, yeah, it's just that they were working with really old code, and they did not. The team that was making the 360 port, I think, very clearly had nothing to do with the original, right? So they're looking at this code that they didn't write, that has a bunch of Japanese comments, you know, that they don't understand necessarily. Written for like the Dreamcast in '98. They're trying to port that to the 360 and they're just like, what? What does this do? How does this work? I don't know. And so they got it to work, but barely. And that's why there's so many mistakes. It's kind of like Colors Ultimate in a sense, except I would say way better. Because as bad as DX is, at least it mostly functions. It, you know, and also you can give them more of the benefit of the doubt, I think, because I can see how it would actually have been pretty rough to port old C Dreamcast code. Because they had to like convert all of the Ninja library and stuff. That was just doing like calls to the hardware where it was just saying, hey Dreamcast, do your thing that you do to render this specific effect on the screen. It was like, okay, you know, like that's what Ninja's doing. They had to like replicate that on the 360, which works in a completely different way. So like, of course that would have been a pain. And yeah, they didn't have any engine or anything to help out with it. They had to like write their own thing. They didn't screw up the audio. You know? Not to the same level, at least. So really, I think the worst thing about DX, other than like the unnecessary, like the visual downgrades, the worst thing I think is the fact that it's 4x3. That's just terrible. Like, they should have fixed that, you know? But I mean, at least it's 60 FPS and you can skip the cutscenes. They did something right, I don't know. Yeah, wasn't there a rumor of Sonic Adventure Remake being done by them? There was. I don't know if there was any truth to that or not, because I heard a lot of people say it, but I never really looked into it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, because I'm gonna go back to what I was doing, but you all have seen these, right? Yeah, just like these remixes they did a few years ago. It was kind of cool. It was like, why did they do these remixes of these songs out of nowhere? They may have had that planned for a remake, and then they just decided nah. Let's just use the songs and just put them on some album randomly. People will probably like that. Isn't there a rumor of a retro remake every day of the year? Well, I mean, not really. There's been a lot of rumors of that, but it's not like super frequent. Every few years, when people get bored, that's when there's a new one. Is that true? Was it really? Who was it? Autumn has soup. Let's go. And yeah, the Luca, all the current ones are C++. They only use Lua for, yeah, they don't really use Lua for the code. In the modern games, they use it for mostly for data. So like they have this file in. See, I wish Visual Studio would show the Japanese. That's just terrible that it doesn't do that. Is there a way? I guess if I open this with my code page set to Japanese, then it would work. But I'm not going to do that. So let's do this. I don't know what I have open in here. Let me close that for a second. Shouldn't be anything like that I can't show. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So like, this is the Japanese comments, but this is like one of their Lua files, and all that it does is it just has a table of missions, and they just list out all the data for each mission, right? So it's like the name of the stage, it's like where the Sonic will spawn when you start playing it, his rotation. This is the start event that controls like what animation he plays at the beginning of the level. These are like the scores for the S rank and everything. I mean, they literally tell you that with comments. Funny, they tell you like what song plays during the results screen. I don't think this is actually different in the game. Like in the final game, it plays the same song during every level except for the bosses. So I guess that was something they were going to take advantage of that they just never did. I don't know. I mean, that's what Whisper used. Funny how the boss has a commented out line that's the start of Event 1. Like what? It was going to start with Sonic doing the stretch in Tropical Resort Act 1? Really? That was probably just for testing. 'Cause that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, that's all it is. They just list it out for every act. And then they list out like the world map, basically. Oh, that was the last song. Okay. At some point, I should like get the whole Frontiers OST, because I have like the stuff from the mini soundtrack that came with my copy of it. But that's all that I have on my like downloaded. So I don't know if I should get the whole thing. So that'd be kind of cool. I guess we can just do colors again. Oh yeah, that's right, I still didn't like sort this. Bro, like, I don't know. It's a demo version. Why not? Yoshitaka Kawabata, that's your guy. The one who ruined Sonic. So he did the visuals for SNDX and also for HE2? Really? Can't believe he's been doing it for that long. Dang, I mean, alright, respect. And SC1's child system was programmed by Hashimoto, I believe us HE1. That guy was based. Can I just say? What an amazing legacy. I have a friend that is in faculty learning software development, and I've heard that C++ was a pain. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say about that, but I'd rather deal with it than Python. Same. So, let me get some water. And I want to actually work on this while I rant, so... Water moment. Okay. So, like, there's a big online debate that's been going on, especially recently, about whether C++ is garbage or not. And I'm kind of, like, split on it, because I see both sides of this. So like I use C++ for most of what I do now, right? And so I agree that it's a mess. It can be a huge pain sometimes, because like it just is. Like there's points where there's a lot of things about the language that are just like poorly designed, for sure. But it's not the things that people think are bad about it. So it's kind of annoying, because like people have this discussion, and they always list the same couple of bullet points of like why it's bad, and I always kind of feel like, no, like that's not why it's bad. It's got problems, but it's not like I think the biggest thing that's to me that I really don't like about C++ is just the fact that there isn't like a project system for it. It's like most any other language that you've ever used has like a project system where you can just say like new project and you give it a name, and then you just say whether it's like a library or like a program like exe, right? And that's it, and then you just write code and you build it and it works. And if you want to add a library, you just usually say like add library, you know? You usually give it like a GitHub URL or something, and it'll just take care of everything that needs to be done. And you just use the library, and it's easy. C++, it's not like that, right? There's no official build system for C++. So you don't have that. It's like just not a thing. So instead, what you have is you have a million different like third-party build systems that everyone's made, right? So like probably the easiest one is like Microsoft's like Visual Studio, because you can just use Visual Studio. You can just make a project, and you can just add libraries to it, and you can hit build, and it works. That's great. It's really good. But the problem with that, obviously, is that it's only on Windows, right? So the minute that you want to do something outside of Visual Studio or Windows, then you can't use those anymore. That stinks. So if you want it to be like cross-platform, really your best bet is probably CMake. And to CMake, I have an even more complicated relationship with, because it's very good. It's the standard for a reason, because when you get it to work, it just works. And it works forever, and it works on everything, and it's like you don't have to touch the script again for 20 years. It's fantastic once you get it to work, right? But getting it to work is such a pain. You will spend, I'm not exaggerating, like I've timed myself doing it before because I just wanted to know. You'll spend like a few hours of time. Even after you have experience with CMake and you know what you're doing, it's still going to take you a few hours of time a lot of the time to just get a proper project script set up that like does everything that you want it to do. It's like nuts. It should never take that long to just start a project. Like it's like, what have you done in the past hour? Oh, just set up my project. Have you written any code yet? No. It's like that sucks. That's terrible. So I mean, like I don't know. That's the part about C++ that I think is the worst. Once you actually start writing code, it's really not like so bad. There's just a lot of little things that are like, why is it like that? And the answer is because someone made a bad decision in the 90s and they never changed it. And you're like, oh, okay. And you just kind of have to live with it. Like that's the worst thing about it. There's all these very questionable decisions, like this. Alright, so like in C, I'm gonna go back to what I was doing, but this is just a fun topic to me. I think it was just IO. In C, you would just like, you want to print like, you know, hello world, and like that's it, right? It's pretty simple. You want to add like a, you know, number to it? Okay. You do like %d, that means like decimal. Put your number in. Cool. It's gonna be hello world 7, right? So even if that's like an int, right? You can just do that and it works. Great. Really cool. In C++, for some reason they were like, this stinks. And I mean, to their credit, it does sting a little bit because you have to remember what all these percent things mean. And it's like no one ever, at least I never can remember these. I remember like %D and I remember like a few others, but that's it. Every other one I have to look up every time. So like that does kind of stink. It should be like something like this, right? So you can just say like list the index of like the argument that you want to print. Or I guess if it was an index it would be 0. But so like something like that, right? But it's not for some reason. So that's the one thing that stinks about it. But other than that, it's like fine. No, it's not fine. Throw it away, they said. So now we have to do this. That's the new syntax. And it's like, this is a mess. Like, who looked at this and was like, that looks good, dude? This is the bit shift operator, and they just used it for this. Because they were like, yeah, I guess you could think of it like it's pushing the thing on the right into the thing on the left? Sure. We could just use that. Okay, well, will you use that for the whole language then? No, just for this. Okay. They use it in a few places, like they use it for the new file streams too. But it's like, this is bad. And there's so much that's bad about it, right? Because now imagine that you're like, oh, I want to make my program work in like Arabic, like an Arabic language. Where it's like written like right to left. And you're like, oh, I need to put the text first and then the number. Frick. Right? You can't just like change the string because you need to make this part come before this, so it needs to be like this now. Right? So you need to change your code, and it's like, with the C one you didn't have to do that because you could just change the format string. So they made it worse. So then to fix this, after like 15 years or whatever, how long was it? It was like the 90s, and then they went into the 2000s, and then the 2010s, and it was almost 30 years. It was literally almost 30 years of time. They finally introduced, I don't even have it, but what is it, print? It's like this. And I don't remember the syntax. I could look it up. That's not it. Wait, what is it? What's the new simple print thing called? Oh, it is called std print, but for some reason it wasn't on CPP reference when I searched for it. This is the new syntax. They added this in 2023. You know, better late than never, right? So there you go. That's the new syntax. And what they did is they just took this library called FMT. It's like format. I can probably just... Yeah, they took this very popular GitHub library and they just put it in here. Great. So now we have the C way of printing Hello World. We have the C++ way of printing Hello World. And then we have this new way. And they're all just in the language. So when you're teaching a newbie, you know, how do you print Hello World? Well, there's at least 3 ways that you can print Hello World. So which one do we teach? I don't know. There's also print line, which adds a line. So I guess it's like, wait, do arguments, right? How does this work? I don't remember. Yeah, it's the format specifier, and you have like curly braces, and then you like put all the text. Yeah. So okay, so it is actually better, but it's just it was such a pain to. Okay, so you would say like print line, and you could do it like this. Or is it 0? It's 0. That's the new syntax. That took like 30 years to get that. Yay! And then this is kind of questionable, right? Because this means they basically have to have an entire copy of the format FMT library in the standard library. But the issue with that is that the standard library doesn't update very often, right? But FMT updates all the time. Like, they just made an update 3 days ago. So, if you're using the new stuff from the standard library, you're using a version of FMT that's older than the newest version, and maybe you're missing out on like features. Like they're fixing bugs and things, and your code has bugs in it because you're using the old version. It's like, is that really good? Like, should we have done that? I don't know. I feel like a lot. So anyway, bleh. I didn't expect to have an unhinged rant. Sorry. The point is that C++, I think the real problem with it is actually not so much the language itself, it's like the way that the updates to the language are handled, right? Because there's so many things that they need to fix that they just don't fix. And there's so many things that they don't need to fix that they go out of their way to fix. And then we end up with more of a mess than we already had. It's like, why are you doing that? Like, another one that drives me crazy is they had like char, which I don't know if it's worth explaining this. This is like such a long-winded explanation. But basically, it was guaranteed to be the smallest possible type that a computer that this computer could handle, the one that you're compiling for. But that might not be a byte, right? Because there was actually some bizarre systems back in the day that could only deal with 2-byte values at a time. You couldn't deal with individual bytes. You could only deal with 2 bytes. So on those systems, char was actually 2 bytes, okay? And so the issue with that is, oh no, what if I need it to be 1 byte and I need it to never ever possibly be something other than 1 byte? You can probably just use char. Like 99% of computers, it's going to just be 1 byte, but okay. Well, for that case, we have uint8t. That got added in 1999. Cool. This is guaranteed to be 1 byte unless the computer you're building for doesn't support that, in which case it just won't exist, so you'll get an error. Well, that's fine, because your code wouldn't have worked anyway. How could you have made it work on that machine? Right? So like, okay, that's fine. Sure, just use that. Problem solved. Wait, no. In C++ 20, they added this. std byte. What's std byte? Well, imagine uint8t, but it has a different name. That's basically what it is. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I cannot understand. I've tried to figure it out. I'm like, why did they add this? I don't really know why they added this. Meanwhile, there's no reflection, which is something that every other language has that would be so useful. They've tried to add it to C++ for like at least 15 years now, I believe. There's been a proposal that's been ongoing that they keep updating to try to figure out how the hell add reflection to the language. And every time it gets pretty far and they basically finish it, and it's like, okay, let's put it in the language, and then they're like, wait, actually it stinks because of this issue that we found. Throw it away, do it again, and then they spend the next 5 years redoing it. And it's just never done. They just never add it. It's like, I would like reflection, please. That would be so... I could delete like half of Hedgelib if I had reflection, because I could just use reflection to automate all of that code that I had to write. That would be really cool, but no. You can't have nice things. Anyway, so it's like, so it stinks. It's like a mess of a language, right? But it's not for the reasons people think it is. It's not because of the, oh, you have pointers, right? So scary. It's like, pointers are fine. It's not really a big deal. Oh, memory management. What if you forget to type delete? Don't do that. Just use unique pointers, and you don't have to type delete. It does it for you. There's literally no way to mess it up. What about virtual functions being weird? They're not that weird. It doesn't really matter. Like, most of the things people think are bad are not really bad. It's all the other stuff no one talks about. Anyway, I'll shut up. 30-minute rant. But I mean, I would say, like, don't be scared of learning it. Like, it's really not so bad. It's just that there's a lot of stuff that's just like, you just have to accept that it's just like, why is it like that? Because it is. It's just kind of how it is. But you can do some really cool stuff with this language too. Like, templates are really powerful. And I don't know. Every time I do something with C++, I'm like, man, what is that? Why do I get compilation errors? Like, really? I had to build Qt recently. I didn't build Qt XML something because there was an error in some header file. Yeah, templates are really cool. They're really powerful. But if you make any mistake with the templates, the errors that you get are so bad. Like, you look at them and you're like, what the f-? Like, it's just huge amounts of text spammed onto your screen. And it's just like, what does that mean? They could make the text easier to read, but for some reason, no one's done that yet. I don't know. I know, like, Rust they put a lot of effort into making their error messages really, really nice, so you can always make sense of what they mean. They could do that for C++, but they just don't. I don't know. I don't know why, but if they fixed that, that would be cool. But once you start kind of learning how it works, the errors actually become less hard to read, because you learn that you can just ignore 90% of the error, and you just scroll to the part that tells you the thing that you're looking for, and you go, oh, that's what I did, and then you fix it, and then it works. So I mean, if you ever get like an error and you're like, I have no idea what this means, I mean, feel free to just send me a screenshot and be like, Rad, help, and I can try to help you out. When I was doing Frontiers modding, I made a macro for printing stuff. Yeah, because the printing is just silly. Like, yeah, like, that's the thing. You have to write a lot of code yourself, only because the code that they have that's supposed to, like, do that for you is often not how you want it. So it's like, that's annoying. But once you get it working, it's like, it works really well, and you can do anything with it. I don't know. You can write really nice C++ code, but you just have to, like, ignore a lot of the language. Just be like, we're not going to use any of those features because they stink. We're only going to use the good ones. It's like, okay. And then when you do that, it's like, oh, it's pretty nice. I'm sorry. Sorry for blabbing. It's a topic that I'm actually really interested in, as you can probably tell. Oh, you mistook the lead puzzle developer with lead programmer. I see. Hey, Senor Donnie, how you doing? Yeah, I've just been doing some posture stuff, and then I got caught into a rant about C++. So, pretty good, I'd say. Scared to think what happens if you use a single byte, but it uses 2 instead. Like, does that have a risk of making computer blue screen? No, it's just like, imagine that instead of typing byte in your code, you typed, like, short. Right? Like, I'm assuming you don't have, like, some C# background, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. But it's basically like that. It's just like, it's like you typed a different thing than you actually did. That's kind of what it does. Alright, I can actually summarize how it works pretty easily, but it's just kind of a pain. I'll do that, and then I'll actually get back to what I was doing for real. Like, I'm gonna actually do that. So the reason that it works like that is because C is from the 60s. Like the 1960s. C is old. And so because C is old, there's some decisions that made a lot of sense in the 60s that don't really make sense anymore. We just have to live with it now, because, you know, we can't change it because backwards compatibility, right? So, basically, the biggest thing that was different back then is that, that was kind of like the Wild West for computers. Like, we were still figuring it all out. We didn't really know what computers were going to look like. We were trying to figure out what the best computer that we could possibly make was. And so everyone was building their own architectures, and they were all very different, right? And so you had this problem of, like, every time someone makes a new architecture, it's like there's no tooling for the new computer, the new architecture, and all of our code needs to be rewritten again from scratch because there's no way to, like, map it onto this new architecture. So wouldn't it be nice if we could just write our code one time and just compile it for any new architecture that might come out in the future? That'd be really cool, right? So that's what led to the invention of C. So they designed C around the idea that it would be kind of like, it would be low level, but it would be high level enough that it doesn't really expose all of the details about like the architecture itself to you, and instead it just kind of lets you write code, and then the compiler takes care of mapping that to the architecture. So an example of what I mean is all of the primitive types in C, they don't have a fixed size. What they have is a range. So I'll explain what that means. So like you have like int, right? I should probably write it like this. And in like modern languages, you know, int is usually just like a fixed size. It's guaranteed to be a certain size. But in C, it's not actually like that. It's guaranteed to have a range. So you can hold any number from, I don't remember. I think it's, let me see. What would it be? It would be negative, because I know what it is, but I don't remember the exact value off the top of my head. Yeah, that, except, move a byte. Something like this? I could probably just look it up. I think it's not quite this, but this is basically the range. Let me look it up. Yeah, it's negative. Yeah, they have the signed complement thing. So an int in C is guaranteed to be able to hold any number from negative 32,768 to 32,767. And the reason for that is because that's what you could hold in 2 bytes, basically. And they just thought that 2 bytes was a good like minimum size for an int to be. They were like, an int needs to be at least 2 bytes, but we don't know how big it should be exactly, so we'll just say at least 2. So this is what C says. C says an int can hold any number that's between these 2 values, but that's it. So if you try to put something outside of that range into an int, you might be able to do that. You might not. It depends. It's what's called undefined behavior, right? Where C doesn't tell you what will happen if you try that. It might be that you just get a build error, or it might be that maybe it works and it does something that you don't know. Like it could do anything. So they just do not tell you. There's no guarantees for what will happen. That's literally how it works. But if you want it to be guaranteed, you just use this range, and it will work the way you think every time. So then they have like long, which is guaranteed to be at least 4 bytes in size. This article that I pulled up is wrong. Like, I'm serious, they got it wrong. Hang on. Here we go, I found another one. They thought that a long was 8 bytes in size. That is not true. A long is 4 bytes in size. That's a common misconception for some reason, but it's 4 bytes. So it can hold any number between these this range. And then like so then yeah, that's how it was. And then they have char, right? Which was guaranteed to be anything from 0 to, I think it's 127? I forget that as well. Yeah. This is actually signed char, right? Anyway, I'm sorry, this is stupid. I don't know why I'm wasting time on this. But the point is, and see the way that it works is that you just have these different types and they have ranges. So you can have any number within the range, right? But it makes no guarantees about how big the type is actually going to be. So on Windows, on modern Windows, for example, int is actually 4 bytes in size, because that's just the number they picked. I don't know. Whereas on Linux, a lot of times it's actually 8 bytes. So the size of int is going to be different depending on what computer, what operating system you're building for, right? So that's really fun. Whereas on like MS-DOS, it was actually 2 bytes. So you can have the same piece of C code and you can compile it on 3 different platforms and get 3 different results. So if you want it to work the same on everything, what you're supposed to do is just follow the rules, right? So store numbers between this range, and no matter what the size of int is, it will work. It's guaranteed to work, because that's how it follows the rules, right? Whereas if you were to put something bigger than that, say you put like, I don't know, like... That's stupid. So you put 2 million into an int, right? So you do this, right? This might work, but it might not. It depends on whether int is 2 bytes, or 4 bytes, or 8 bytes, or what, right? If it's 4 bytes or bigger, then this will work, because that fits within 4 bytes. But you don't know that it will be. So that's the rules. I don't know if I explained that well, but that's just how it works. So the reason they did it that way is so that you could build it on any computer, and int could just be the size that's optimal for that machine. And you don't have to necessarily know what the size is. It'll just work for what's best for that computer. Yeah, it made sense in the 60s. It makes less sense today, because now we only have a few architectures. We have like 64-bit, like x64 basically, right? And we have like ARM64. And that's basically it. I mean, that's basically what like most computers use one of those. So there's not like 50 million different architectures that all have different rules. There's like 2, and they're pretty similar rules. So it doesn't really make sense anymore to make it this flexible like that. But in the 60s it did. Anyway, that's why it's designed that way. So then in the 90s, by that point it was already becoming clear that maybe this was a little bit too much, and maybe we needed better rules that were more grounded. And so that's why C99 added in all these fixed size types. So now in C99 you can say something like this, right? And you have int32t. That's guaranteed to be 32 bits or 4 bytes. Otherwise, it won't compile. So if you're on a computer that doesn't support values that are that big, then it just won't work. And so that's nice, because you don't have to worry about it like being some mysterious size and you don't know how big it is. You just know for sure that it's 4 bytes on everything. So yeah, there's also like weird stuff that they added. There's least 32, and then there's fast 32. No one uses these. But if you want to, you can. What they do is, oh my gosh, I can't type. This is an integer that is at least 32 bits. It's guaranteed to be at least 32 bits. But it might be bigger than that. Or it might not. You don't know. They don't tell you. It's just guaranteed to be at least 32. So if you need something to be at least 32 bits, but you don't really care if it's bigger than that, because your code will still work the same way, then you can use this. And then there's also int fast 32t, which I think is the same as least, except that instead of... It's designed to be fast. So like it's supposed to be a size that the computer can deal with really efficiently. Which again is kind of dumb, because like 99% of the time that's just going to be the same as like whatever they used for least. So it's like, why is it so complicated? I don't know. They just thought that they needed it to be, and then it didn't really need to be that complicated. Anyway, you can see why maybe I didn't want to talk about it. Sorry, it's like But on like Rust or whatever, they just did this, and they called it a day. And it was like, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, it's a mess, but I made it sound way harder than it is. It's not really so hard, it's just stupid. Once you learn it, you're like, oh. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. What about the wonderful PowerPC? I mean, like, they don't really use that much anymore. They did a few years ago, like the Wii U even was PowerPC, but like, I can't think of any new things that are PowerPC. There's probably some... Okay, wait, so in languages like C++ and C#, they automatically allocate the necessary memory for certain parts of the code, but on C up, you have to adjust it manually. Okay, so... Alright, no, this is the last thing I'll answer. This one's not hard. There's two different types of memory, okay? There's stack memory and heap memory. So stack memory is really simple. When you have like a function and you make like a value in it, like say you have like a variable like this, that's using stack memory. And when you have like parameters in your function, these are also on the stack, right? So the way that the stack works is just imagine a stack of plates. That's what people always say. So like imagine that like when this function starts, you put physics on the stack, and then maybe you put velocity on the stack, so you're adding these parameters here. Maybe after this you put this value down here on the stack. Each time you're just like stacking a new plate on top of the current stack, right? And so you have like a pile that keeps getting taller. So whenever this function ends, you're going to remove the things from the stack, right? And the stack gets shorter. So like if you have a function that calls another function and you keep going, you're adding things onto the stack and you're removing them one at a time. Does that make sense? It's like it piles up. The thing about this is that it's completely automatic. Okay? So you don't have to think about this at all. The compiler just does this for you. And it even does that for you in C. So even in C this is automatic. But there's one limitation of the stack. The stack has a fixed size. So imagine, again, the stacking plates metaphor. Imagine that you have, like, I don't know, you can have, like, 200 plates. And that's it. If you try to put another plate on top of that, you can't, because you've reached the ceiling. Right? Your stack of plates goes all the way up to the roof, and you can't go higher. Because there's no more room. That's basically how it works. There's, like, a fixed amount of... like fixed size, and then once you exceed that, you can't. So if you try to actually have like more stuff on the stack than the limit, you have what's called a stack overflow, and that's a bug where your program actually will just crash, like it'll just die. So you don't obviously want that. If you've ever heard of the website Stack Overflow, that's where that name comes from. It comes from this. But anyway. Usually you don't reach that because the stack is usually pretty big. And yeah, but it's something you can reach really easily if you do a recursive function. So like if you have a function that calls itself, like I don't know, whatever. Maybe something like this. So this is a function that takes a parameter and then it calls itself. And it's just going to keep doing that forever, right? It's going to be recursive, 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 again and again and again until the end of time. It never stops. It's like an infinite loop. So the problem with this is that every time it calls this function, it has to take the new value that you're passing here, and it pushes it on top of the stack, right? So like imagine the metaphor is like, imagine it starts like this, of like A, and then you call it again, A plus 1, you call it again, A plus 1 plus 1, you call it again, and it just keeps doing this forever and ever and ever. And so at some point, you're going to reach the stack limit. You're going to reach the ceiling, right? And then you get a stack overflow and your program crashes. So this is a really easy way to get a stack overflow. But unless you're doing this, you are pretty much never going to experience that, because the stack is huge. So you just don't have to think about it. It just happens completely automatically. It's very nice. But if you want to store really large values, like you want to have a lot of huge blocks of data, maybe you're loading an entire, like, you know, multi, like, 100 megabyte file or something. You don't want to use the stack, obviously, for something like that, because you will hit the ceiling very fast. So for that, you want to use the heap. That's the other type of memory. So the way the heap works is you just call a function. In C, it's called malloc. You give it a size, I don't know, 4,000, whatever. And all that it does is it just says, hey, give me a block of memory that's 4,000 bytes in size from the heap. I'll go, okay, and what you get is a pointer that points to that memory that it just allocated for you. So you can do whatever the heck you want with this memory. It's yours. It's just 4,000 bytes of data that you can just do with as you please. You can even put like stuff in it. So you can say like, actually this is an array of ints, and then you can just treat it like it's an array of well, let's say it's like, there you go. So allocate the size of an int type times 4,000, so that means give me 4,000 ints worth of memory, right? Now you can just be like, okay, and you can just like you've got an array of 4,000 ints, you can do whatever you want with it. But when you're done with the heap memory, the heap does not get cleaned up for you, so you have to do free. And if you don't call free, then it never gets cleaned up, and you have a memory leak, which is a bug where your memory just, like, the idea at least is that it basically just floats around forever and nothing, it never gets cleaned. In modern like operating systems, that's not even true, actually, because if you just don't call free, but then you like exit the program, when you close the program, Windows is actually going to step in and it's going to automatically clean all the memory up for you. So you don't even like have to actually do it, because Windows will just clean it. Like it just takes care of it. But it's good practice to do it anyway. Because on some systems, maybe it doesn't work quite like that. Your compiler will certainly yell at you if you don't do this. The other big thing is that Windows is only going to clean it up once you close the program. While your program is still running, it's not going to clean up any memory that you didn't free. So you will, if you just keep calling malloc again and again, you never call free, then you will probably eventually run out of memory on the computer, right? You're going to run out of RAM. And that's bad. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be like Google Chrome, which loves to consume a ridiculous amount of memory at all times. I said that, but actually right now Visual Studio is consuming the most RAM. It's like 600 megabytes of RAM. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so this is how it works in C. In C++, they made it, I guess, easier. They just changed the syntax. So now instead of saying, I need the size of an int times 4,000, I need that many bytes of memory. Now you just say, give me 4,000 ints, please. So it's kind of easier to think about, but it's the same thing. And instead of free, now you would just say, like, delete. But it does the same thing. So if, basically, at least. So if you don't call this, you get a memory leak. So you need to call that. So stack is automatic, heap is not. Right? That's how it works. One final thing. In new C++, they added this other thing where you can do this. And it's called unique pointer. All that this is it is literally just a thing that calls delete for you. That's it. So instead of you having to say delete, when this thing disappears, when it comes off of the stack, it's going to call delete for you. That's it. So you don't have to call delete with this. You don't get a memory leak. It just cleans it for you. So if you use this in modern C++, then you'll never have a memory leak, because it just works. So anyway, so that's the huge rant, but that's how it works. So there's stack memory, and there's heap memory, and then there's different ways of doing the heap memory. So it's confusing, but anyway, that's all that it is. Wow, thanks for being my college C++ teacher, Rad. That was not boring at all. Sorry, guys. What's the feature you're most interested in getting in the Spectrum? I mean, honestly, at this point in time, I really just want to get the common physics working, because once I get that in, I think the rest of this project is going to be super cool, because they're just going to start seeing like all the states pop in one after another. But I guess if I had to think beyond that and just be like, what's another feature that you really want in the project? I mean, I just want like the momentum, you know, and the boost. especially like the air dash. I'm excited to implement that. I think Wisp will be really fun to re-implement as well. I'd really love to see the colors Wisp like in Lost World. The bosses will be cool. I don't know, like I don't know if I can pick one thing. I'm excited about almost all of it. Hey Beats, had that a couple of times while working on rendering hasten parameters as I did recursive methods to check what types are used, Boolean, defect 3, and so on. Oh yeah, great fun. Yeah, Stack Overflows can actually happen in pretty much any language. I didn't mention that before. So it's not just like C and C++, that's like a thing in any language, pretty much. So definitely, if you use recursive functions, be careful to like not, you know, not call it too many times. I get it now. I'm glad that made some sense. I was worried I made that too complicated. Is that why Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have memory leak? I don't know. You know, I've never looked into how that game works. But yeah, it's probably something like that. They probably just made a pointer and they forgot to free it. That happens sometimes. I have no idea how to optimize texture loading Unity when I import a Frontier stage. It's going to take a lot of RAM. I don't know either. I'm sure there's some Unity like dev who could step in and be like, oh, I know. And there's probably some way to do it. That's, you know, that would be great. But that's one of the things that's one of the reasons that I don't like using those types of engines, honestly, like Unity and Unreal and all that, even like Godot. Because they're really great, right? Super useful, and you can do all this great stuff with them until you hit a wall like that, right? Where it's like, oh, I want to do this thing in a more optimal way. How do I do it? And it's kind of like, I don't know. The engine is just not really designed around my use case, so it's like I don't really know how to make it do the thing that I want in the way that I want it. There's probably a way. But for all the downsides of doing stuff like DIY, that's like the one upside I think of like when people roll their own engines, right? Because you can kind of control like how things like that work. But yeah, I don't know how you do it in Unity. I'm sure there's a way. We stand the colors air dash. Let's go. Yeah, I love that thing. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I feel like a lot of the people who are like, oh, colors is bad. I don't like colors. They just don't know about the air dash. That's it. That's their only problem, man. No one told them about the air dash. I'm kidding, of course, but like, it's amazing how much of a difference it makes. Like even those like Yellow Spring levels that everyone says they hate, when you use the air dash, they're not so bad. I'm not gonna act like it's good game design, but it's not as bad as people say. Oops, it changed. Why did it change my name? Like, that's kind of messed up, Visual Studio. Well, this is interesting. Frick. So this is a vector 3. That much we know. I don't know where it gets assigned at. Isn't there like a way you can tell it like... Yeah, ref type, but like, shouldn't it be say like right? Does nothing write to this? That doesn't make sense. Something writes to it. Well, usually it's easier to find than this, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna cheat. Oh, maybe I shouldn't, whatever. Well, yeah, I'll do it. It's fine. It's just up. Maybe it's like axis up. Actually. Might be a better name. Oh, cool. It didn't rename it when I told it to. Why not? Like... Okay. Deidre can be weird sometimes. You should tell Bill Gates about that. Yeah, let me just call him up real fast, Wasif. Water. That was a scary moment, Rad. What did you think when you saw it? What? Wait, is it kind of frightening when Eggman chases you down terminal velocity on DS? Yeah, I guess it is. I don't really remember it scaring me, but maybe it did. It was a while ago when I like first played that. Okay, here we go. Alright, sure, just play it again, but slower. If I wanted to port my own ground movement code to Sonic Glass World, how would that work? It receives the current velocity on the ground normal, and it spits out a new velocity for the player. So like that's what your code does? So you're just asking how would I make that work in-game? So I need to keep drinking water because my throat's like hoarse. Doggone it. Why are none of these good? I just wanted to make one joke. It's pretty good. That's my throat. That's my throat right there. I don't know about the air dash, but I really have a hard time with Sonic quick-stepping and his movement turning are in the same analog stick in Colors Ultimate. Yeah, kind of bugs me out a bit. Yeah, I think I really, personally really prefer quick-step being on the bumpers. I mean, so I really wish that would have been a thing in Colors Ultimate, but of course not. So I mean, for Spectrum, I definitely want to make that an option, you know? Oh, so the way that I want it to work in Spectrum is that I want there to be, you know, like a settings screen that you can pull up, right? And what it'll have is just a ton of options, just for like every little detail. I want you to be able to control things like, yeah, like what set of buttons are used for the quick step. I want you to be able to control things like what songs play in each individual level. Like, I want you to be able to control, like, I want to have the Ultimate version play in this one, and then the Colors version play in this one, and then maybe the DS version, why the frick not? I don't know how much I should include with the mod, because I don't want it to be like gigabytes of space for no you know? Like, I don't want it to be too big. But maybe you can make it work. I don't know. I just want a ton of options like that, right? And then what I want is I want there to be presets. So there'll be like a preset that's like Colors Wii, where everything is just set up to be exactly how it is on the Wii version, like as close as possible, right? There'll be a preset called Ultimate if for some baffling reason you want it to be more like Ultimate, like maybe you want to have the Jade Ghost Wisp and maybe you want to have those parts of the level be in your game, you know, like that level design. I want there to be an option for that as well. Maybe you want the tail save and no lives. I don't know. I want that to be an option for people who want that. And then I want there to be a third preset, which is the default one. When you start a new save or whatever, it'll like, this will be the default. And that'll show up when you pick, right? And this one's called Spectrum. And this is where I'm just going to tweak things, just be like how I think makes the most sense. So it won't be exactly the same as the Wii version. There will be some things that are tweaked, right? But it'll be much closer to the Wii one than like Ultimate. So like one thing that I want to be different is I want the quickstep to be on the bumpers by default. You can change it, but that's just what I want it to be by default. Because for me, that's what I like, you know? And I think that makes more sense. I personally want it to be lives. I don't want tail save to be default, because I'm just like that. I don't know. I think it's too easy. Like, I think Colors is already an easy game. Tail save is just ridiculous. It's like it's like a game that I played when I was like, what, like 11 or 12? I forget. And I didn't think it was hard. And then they're like, no, too hard. We need to make it easier for kids. So they made it like a 3-year-old's game. Like, I don't I don't know. Sorry. I know that everyone has different difficulty levels that they're comfortable with, so like if you want to use tail save, I want that to be an option. That's fine. But I don't want that to be the default. I think that doesn't make sense. And the other thing I don't like about it is that the game was designed around lives, you know? So like you're supposed to find the 1-ups, and like the levels are designed around that. So when you get rid of the concept of lives, it doesn't make sense. Like if you're making a new game, I think it makes sense to not have lives, because that's kind of an outdated concept. I get it. But when you're taking an old game that used lives and you're remaking it, it's like, I think you should just keep the lives in. Is that just me? Because when you try to change it, it's like you have to change all the level design now, and I don't know. Like, what are you going to get rewarded when you like smash the score on the results screen? Well, I guess we'll make it tail save heads. Why not? It's just like they just didn't know what to do with it. So I think it should be lives by default. And I'd like to have the Jade Ghost Twist actually be active, but I want it to be... Maybe. I think maybe I'd like to have that. But I don't like the level design that they did with it in Ultimate. There's a few paths that I thought were pretty good, where I'm like, alright, that's kind of neat. I kind of like what they did there. But a lot of them are bad. Especially because they make you go in an area of the level that you're not supposed to be in, like it's out of bounds, right? And they don't make any attempt to make it feel like you're not out of bounds. They don't try to make it like, oh no, this is actually like a new part of the level here now. It's just like, nah, you're out of bounds. And it's like, it's buggy because of that. There's like things pop out in the background, and it's easy to like die. It's terrible. It's really badly done. So I wouldn't mind having Ghost be active in the Spectrum preset, but I think if it was, I'd like to have the Spectrum preset have different level design than the others. So I'd like it to be like, start with Colors Wii, and then just kind of change it a little bit and try to make the new stuff like actually better. Right? Not like what Colors Ultimate did. Like maybe you could even have some new terrain. I don't know how hard it would be to like take some of the existing terrain and kind of like modify it a little bit to make it like, I don't know. I don't know how much we'll do with that, but I want to start with Colors Wii and then just kind of see what we can do. And it would be really cool to have like some new, I mean maybe even new stages, you know? Because like originally they were going to have like missions. It'd be nice if some of the levels that are like 15 seconds long were not 15 seconds long. You know, maybe they could be more than that. Like, I don't know, there's gotta be some stuff you can do with colors. There's a lot of potential. Remember, it has a voice clip that plays when you go out of bounds? Yeah, it stinks. Like, was that for the developers? and then they just like forgot to turn it off? Or was that for us to laugh at and be like, haha, they're self-aware, so the game isn't bad? Because they knew that you could go out of bounds easily, so it's fine. I mean, it would be charming, I guess, if it wasn't so easy to go out of bounds. Like, I don't know. Nier Automata had a cool option like that. It made the game way better. At least for me, because I found the original, it made the... Sorry, that found the original layout a little odd. Oh, you mean customizing the buttons for each action? Yeah, for sure. I'd like to do that. 90 gig is the only option? For sure. Yeah, it's gotta be 4K textures, multiple copies of them for everything, jeez. So something I would really, really love to do someday, this is gonna be hard, but I'd like to take the in-game cutscenes that were left over in Ultimate and like restore them in-game in Spectrum, because I know there's some in-game cutscene stuff in Lost World that's actually left over in the final game, so it should work if we can just figure out the formats. I think it would be totally possible to have in-game cutscenes, and I would love to do that. That would be very cool. But so if I do that, that would be great, because not only would it like look nicer, it'd load faster, it'd have nice, you know, resolution and everything, but we could cut down the file size quite a bit. I say we, it's just me working on this. I don't know why I said we. I could cut down the file size quite a bit because I don't have to have all these Cryware video cutscenes that are like 1080p or something. Instead, I can just have like... Basically, it wouldn't even have to be much of anything because the levels are already... You know, the level data is already going to be part of the mod, obviously. So all you're doing is you're reusing that. You know, you don't have to have many models that are new. So it would be pretty small. So I think if I do that, then the only thing that's really going to be big is like the pre-rendered cutscenes that, you know, you can't make in-game because they're pre-rendered. And the music, right? And so for that, that's the one thing that I'm really concerned about, is I don't know how big the music will be, because I think it'd be really cool to have the option to have 3 soundtracks. The Wii version, the Ultimate version, and the DS version, for people who want that. Because I just think that might be kind of cool to be able to be like, I want to have the DS version play. Like, sure, why not, man? That'd be fun. I think that'd be really cool, because I feel like you can make, you should be able to compress the DS version soundtrack pretty easily, right? Without really losing a lot of quality, because it's already sampled and it's pretty compressed. So like I feel like you could cram it down and you wouldn't notice a difference. So I'm not too worried about that. It's more so the idea that there'd be the entire Ultimate soundtrack in there, in addition to the Wii one. That's what I'm kind of like, This might be a few gigabytes, but we'll see how small I can make it. All right, let me keep. I'm so sorry, Senor Dene. I didn't. I think I asked like a question and it was like a while ago. I forgot to continue what I was gonna say. You like to code a replacement for the ground movement posture. Okay, so if you're asking in general how to make a DLL mod, that's kind of hard to explain because there's a lot of stuff that's involved. But what it basically comes down to is that you just, to put it at a high level, you just basically you just need to make a DLL file, right? That can be loaded by the game, that just modifies the game's code to do whatever you want, right? Super easy, right? Well, no. Making that sound way easier than it is. The way that it's typically done is, so thankfully for something like this is a Windows game, so we only have to think about Windows, right? So you can just make a Visual Studio project and just have it only be x86, because there's no 64-bit version of Lost World, right? So you don't have to worry about that. And yeah, that's all you need it to build for. If it builds for that, then that's all. Then there you go, your DLL. Once you have that project, you want to write CPP files, right? where you actually do all the stuff you need to do. So there's a lot of different ways you can do this. I have some libraries that I use in Spectrum that do a lot of this stuff for me. Don't mind this. This is some code I was using to try to figure out that bug in Headset that makes the rotation incorrect for Frontiers gedit sometimes. I was trying to see how how Last World handles the rotation data so that I could see if my code was doing a similar calculation or not. I didn't figure it out, so anyway, I have this thing that's a real hack that I do where I have like a linked list of these functions that you can add to, and when my DLL begins, I just run that, I just apply the patches, so that just walks through that linked list and it just installs all of them. So like for example, you can see in this file here I have this function, and then I have this macro thing called define patch that I pass the function into. What it does is it just adds a node to that linked list so that when apply patches is called, at some point this function will be run. So to put that more simply, all that this function call does is it just runs every one of these define patch things in every CPP file in my project. So I really like that because I don't have to keep going back to this file and keep adding like new lines of code to this. I can just add a new CPP file, I can just add my define patch, and I can hit build and it'll just work, right? So I'm a fan of that. Some people might not be. It's kind of a huge hack the way that I did it. But then what these functions do is they just run install hook. This is kind of hard to explain. It's using some library that I wrote that does all this stuff for you. But basically all that it does is it just takes these hooks that I have, which are just functions, and it installs them into the game at these addresses that are listed when I set up the hook. So like this address is normally where this onEnter function is at. So what this will do when I run install hook on that is it'll just take my new function that I put here and it'll go to this address in the game, and then I'll add some code that says, hey, instead of like running this code that you're supposed to run, don't do that. Just jump to this new code instead, right? And so whenever the game tries to run the older code, it'll jump here. So that's what that does. The way that this works, again, it's my library that a little thing that I wrote, just a helper thing. It's called Hook Helpers. I think it's on GitHub as well. You can just use that if you want. But what it does ultimately at the end of the day is it calls in this other thing called detours. Detours is a Microsoft thing that they made that actually just lets you hook code in programs. So it's really nice because it handles all that nonsense for us basically. So this is just basically my little wrapper around detours. That's all that this is. It just makes it a little easier for me to use. I don't know why it's saying that it's error, but it's not an error. If I build it, it'll work fine. So anyways, so all that you really have to actually do is you just have to write hooks, and you have to pass them in, you have to install them into the game. You can use detours or hook helpers or whatever to do that for you. And so really the hard part is just, I guess, figuring out what address you need to install them into. So if you've got a particular like thing that you're looking for that you want to replace, like a posture or something, I guess like let me know and I can tell you the address for it. The way that I find the addresses is I just go into Ghidra. I have a Ghidra decompilation of Last World on the PC, and it has all the RTTI for all the classes, so I can usually just find it in like a minute or something. I'll just find the address that I'm looking for, and I'll just copy paste that into my code, and then it works. So that's just what I've been doing. It really is neat. Skip OG code remind. Yeah, that's literally what it does. It's really cool. Also, the really nice thing about detours is that it kind of accidentally works really great with multiple. Well, I shouldn't say really great. It works with multiple mods in some cases, because when you use detours on, say for example that you have two different DLL mods that both modify the same function. So let's say that this mod gets activated first, right? It's higher up, I guess, in your mods list. So when you tell detours to hook this function, it's going to replace the code there with a jump to your new function, right? So now whenever the game runs this code, it's going to jump to your new function. But then when the second mod runs and it does the same thing, it turns out that it actually stacks. So it's going to tell it to jump. How does this... I'm trying to remember how this works. Basically, the way that it ends up working is that it's going to end up jumping to that new function, and then if I remember correctly, when you say call original, it ends up jumping back to... Okay, so like, I'm trying to think how to explain this. You can call the original code from the game instead of running your new version, which is really helpful, because like sometimes you want to like run the original code, but then after that original code is done, you just want to like run some new bit, right? Or maybe you want to do something before that, whatever. So I've got like a function called call original that just does that for you. It's really nice. But detours handles giving you the pointer for the original function. So the thing that's cool is, say that I have two mods that replace this function, and let's say A and B, right? A runs first and then B runs. If I say call original here in B, that's actually going to call the hooked function from A, if I remember correctly. Which then in turn maybe will call the original, which is from the actual game. So you have like B, which calls A, which calls the vanilla code, and it all goes back, and it works. And so it's kind of amazing. You can actually design DLL mods in such a way that they stack. Which is really cool. Usually they don't because of something specific about it. Like if you have a mod that just never calls the original code, it only calls your new code, then it's never going to stack. And also if you have like a mod that edits some number in memory or something, then like that's not going to stack either, because if another mod edits that same number, then it's just going to end up being whatever it is, you know? Like, I don't know if I explained that well, but they can stack is the point, but you have to design them carefully, and they don't usually. Anyway, is this via source a DLL library? Yes. Yeah, this spectrum is just a DLL. So if you like look at the... Yeah, it's just a DLL. And I have it set up so that when here we go, in debugging, the command that I put here is just soniclessworld.exe, and I also set the working directory to that folder. So when I hit F5, it just runs Sonic Lost World, which is really nice, because then I can actually debug it with the VS debugger. The other thing is there's a build event here that copies the DLL that it just built into my mods folder. So when I hit F5, it builds, then it copies the DLL into the mods folder, then it runs Lost World. So it's really nice. Anyway, if you ever have any questions about, like, Senor, about, Dane, right? If you ever have any questions about, like, how, sorry, I'm spacing out. How the DLL mods work, like, let me know. I understand it's really hard to figure out because there's just no documentation really for this. The only documentation that kind of exists is like looking at our GitHub repos. You just be like, oh, here's like, there's like 3 Lost World DLL mods that exist maybe. I'll just look at the code for those, and you know that can help. But it's hard to wrap your head around at first, so I don't mind helping out with that. Once you like learn how to make one, it's like, okay. Refresh this real fast. Okay. So I think I need to like keep doing this here. Okay, so after we add that... Oh, fun. Well, that's not super fun. Okay, this could be base posture. It could also be common posture. Let's see. You're asking hypotheticals. This past few years is a lot of people have been completely replacing how Sonic moves in gens, like the SA movement mod. Yeah, that's basically how they do it. It's just replacing the... so my understanding is it mainly comes down to replacing the posture. There's a function that you're looking for. Probably is the one that you're looking for, I should say. See posture common. This is what most of the postures use in some way, shape, or form. So if you just want to replace the general movement, you'd probably just want to replace this function right here. And what it does is it takes, so it's a, you know, member function. It takes in two arguments, see physics and float. See physics is a class that just has a lot of information about the physics, and it also can be used to modify properties of the physics. So you can say like physics dot set position, and then you can update the stored position for Sonic basically with that function. That's nice. And then the float is the delta time, so you can just use that however you want. Yeah, and so all that you do in this calculate function is you just modify basically the position of Sonic however you want, and that's really all you're doing. So I mean, you said you want to have let me find it again. It receives the current velocity in the ground normal and it spits out a new velocity for the player. So you can get the current velocity by calling physics.getVelocity. That's it. And the ground normal is, how do you do that again? I think it's cphysics.getGroundInfo. Let me check that. I guess not. There's gravity up direction. And then there's, at some point there's a ground info struct you can get. Where the frick is that at? Well, you get it from here, but I don't remember what the function is. It's like S ground info. Oh, yeah, here it is. It's physics.groundinfo.groundNormal. That'd be it. And then to set a new velocity, there is a function physics.setVelocity. Yeah. So I believe that's all you have to do. I don't know if YouTube chat paused on my end or something. Just making sure it didn't. Yeah, but so if you want to just call like these functions from Lost World like this, what I'm using is if you go to the Open Lost World repository on GitHub. This is what you want. There is a, just go to like the latest commit. Actually, wait, I think I have it linked in the README. I do. There's a little link right here. It says click here to download the latest build. You just click that and you'll get a zip file. And in that zip file, if I recall correctly, let me download it again to see. I don't know why it's being so weird. It says resuming even though I have just started downloading this for the first time. Well, eventually that'll open. Yeah, you'd want to use this, I would say, because this will give you like simple code. This is taking forever. Like, what? I don't know why this is taking so long. Well, anyway, eventually that'll open and I'll show you what it looks like. Like, geez, dude. Wait, what function is this? This is like not a big file. There it is. It's a 10 megabyte file and it just took that long to download for some reason. Yeah, it's all good. Thanks everyone for letting me know though, because the only reason I'm paranoid about that is because in the past I've actually had YouTube chat freeze. And I'm just like, oh, I guess no one's chatting. And then people were like, Rad, why aren't you responding? Rad! And I'm like, what? Oh, wait, how long have you guys been saying that? Oh, my chat was frozen for 30 minutes. You know, so I don't want that to happen again. Anyway, here's the zip file. It looks like this. You have an include folder which has all the headers in it that you need. There's a lot of headers. And then there's the .lib file, and there's also a PDB you can use if you want. So if you know like C++, you know, you just need to extract this somewhere. You need to set up your VS project so that you include the stuff inside of here, right? And you link to this. And that's it. And then when you do that, in your code, you can now write stuff like this. You can say like C physics. Well, it's going to be in the app player namespace, right? But you can set, oh wow, yeah, you can just like have this, and you can just call stuff on it. Like you can be like set velocity, right? You can give it a new velocity, whatever. And then when you compile this code, what it's going to do is, you can see if you look at the definition, this second address here, that's the address of that function in the exe. So there's a special build process that runs when this lid file is built here. So the way that it works is when you link to this and you call set velocity, your code is actually just going to straight up jump to this address. So you don't have to worry about like, how do I talk to the game and make it run functions from the game. You just type this and hit build and it'll work. So it's very cool. Now the only thing that there needs to be a huge caveat on this. If you try something and you find that it doesn't work and you get all these weird build errors, there's a reason for that. That's because this is a work in progress. So you'll notice that again, it's the second address inside these Lost Red API things. That's what makes it work for PC. You notice a lot of them say to do, right? The ones that say to do are the ones that I haven't put the address in for yet, because either I haven't found it yet, or I found it but I just haven't gotten around to adding it, you know. So you notice most of them are still to-dos. I've been filling them in as I need them personally. So that's the thing. Ideally, these will all be filled in someday and you won't have to do anything. You'll just call them. But for now, the to-do ones are not going to work yet. So if there's any function in any of these headers that you're looking at and you're like, man, I wish that one didn't say to do, like, let me know what function you're trying to call. I'll just actually add it and get you a new build within like 3 minutes. Like, I don't mind at all. But that's the state of that currently. but it's very useful. So you were saying you need, like, to set the velocity, you're gonna need this. That's already filled in, so you don't need anything for that. And to get the velocity, you need this. That's already filled in too, right? Yeah, it is. Cool. To get the ground info, sorry, ground normal, you just do this. So that's all you should need. If you're still watching CML. Sometimes YouTube does weird stuff. It does. I was trying to get functional constant physics in Godot, like in like 2 days. Nice. That'd be a fun project. So I don't know if this is the base posture or common posture. We'll just assume it's base for now. And it does something with the player. Turn something. Service 1. I never figured out what it was. Okay. Well, actually, let's not name that yet, because I don't... We'll just name it when I know what it is. All this does is it gets a service from the player. Once we have that, we call something on it. So that's fun. This really does sound like the Wii version. Like, that's pretty accurate. Speaking about animation in Spectrum, since you want to port the cutscenes from Colors to Lost World, is it possible to use the animation data left in Colors Ultimate? Yes. In fact, that's the only way I know of that we could do it. Because those are the only versions of those cutscenes that I'm aware of that we have. We didn't have them before Colors Ultimate, right? But thanks to the team at Blind Squirrel being very competent, we have all of them. So that was cool. I am glad at least that I'm glad that Colors Ultimate exists only because we actually got a lot of cool stuff from it. Like, there's RTTI for Colors, and there's like the unused animations for the not unused. There's the animations for the in-game cutscenes. There's like stuff that we're not supposed to have. Oh yeah, there's like the test levels from Colors on the Wii. It's stuff that we wouldn't have had if Sonic Team had ported the game, because they wouldn't have left that in the final project, but we have it thanks to Blind Squirrel. So it's like, alright. Can't be too upset. Is this like... I don't know why it doesn't seem to use that. It must use it somewhere. Like what is this? What? That's obviously not an array of 87 vectors. But what is it? Oh, maybe it is. No. It wouldn't be that size. It has something to do with the collision because they call this. Like, this seems weird to me. This just doesn't look like it does what the decompilation says that it does at all. It looks like what it does is it takes something from the collision that it just retrieved. So I'm awfully confused as to why it looks like that's not what it does. Does this even return a vector 3? Well, it must, because... Oh wait, what's this? Vector 3. Yeah, like... Like it has to. Doesn't make sense. Why would it do that? No, it doesn't. Like, look at that. It, like, takes collision plus hex 44. It copies that, and then it does it again with hex 38. But for some reason, the decompiler is like, nah, it's just velocity, bro. Why are you thinking it's something else? It's just velocity, bro. It's extremely weird. I guess if you filled in information about this struct, maybe it wouldn't do that anymore? Like, I committed this, right? Dude, I don't know. Hex 44 and hex 38, let's just assume that that's C collision. So it's like 1C. Yeah. And then, these two vectors, that's what it's using. So I don't know why the frick the decompilation is so screwed up. There's gotta be a reason I'm not understanding for that, but... Oh well. So let's just do it right, I guess. You know, maybe these functions being screwed up is part of the reason why. Bro, my throat is crazy hoarse. It's stupid. Shout out to allergies. Alright. So, and I set a goal, by the way. I know I always stream like super long. I want to stop streaming by before midnight in my time. So that's in like about an hour. So, Red, there's no way you're going to do that. You're probably right. But I will try. So let's just get like at least this function done. Because I don't know what this is about. It's like does it, so it takes this like service, right? It does something with it. I don't know what it does. So this, it returns this, which I assume if you like follow that, Well, it gets used there. And... okay, this is like an intrusive pointer? Wait, frick, I don't know what that is. Look at this gross code. Why is it like that? Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet in their code they checked if it was not null, and it, like in the destructor. And all this other stuff around it got added by the compiler, and for some reason it was not bright enough to understand that it didn't have to do the same check twice. So it just left the check that they coded in there. Brilliant. I bet that's exactly what happened. So if I didn't answer anything, the energy went out for a minute. I don't know if it'll go out again, so I'm going now. See you around in chat. You're like a spectrum on and stuff. Thanks, yeah, for letting me know. It's crazy. Hopefully it's all good. We've had like energy issues, but nothing doesn't usually go out. But it does, like, I mentioned this a while ago, I think, but the lights sometimes flicker here. It's nuts. We have no idea why. Anyway, yeah, take care. Thanks for stopping by. So this returns something kind of big, and oh good. Oh good, I don't know what any of these are. I love reverse engineering. Okay, well we'll figure that out at some point. But for now, let's do the easy thing. Yeah, because in all the cases where what they do is they just return the velocity. That's like a one-liner. So let's just say let's do that for now. I think this is actually correct. Because they modify the velocity based on something, but I don't know what specifically. Okay, wait, where are we at though? This is... all of this code is only going to happen if we're on the ground. The base posture thing? Yeah, so I'll fix that in a second. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Whatever. And so, alright, C base posture is on ground. So I'm actually re-implementing this. I'm not using the Lost World one, because I need it to be a little different than the Lost World one. So that's the reason that function doesn't exist. Where's it at? 2D mode, out of control. Wait, where's out of control at? This does not matter, but I'm such a perfectionist. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Okay. I think this is correct. Let me look at the thing for is on ground. I mean, I need to it's not done yet. I need to change the flag, but oh, it's completely different. Okay. So all that they do is they say get owner. They say physics? Well, dot get. I don't know why I didn't implement that correctly, but okay. It doesn't really matter. It works the same way. There we go. And I think it works like that in colors as well, probably? I guess. No, like... Cool. So where is somewhere that that gets used? Fun. Okay, I have no idea. This is probably inlined. Like, this is almost definitely inlined. But let's make sure. Let's just do calculate. See posture common. I'm literally in that function, that's awesome. Okay, we check right here. Wow, they actually do, they don't inline that function. Is on ground. There we go. So let's build that. Should build. Do I even call it? No, not yet. So let's fix that. Oops. Bumping the mic here. Oh no, keep going back. Right, so we get the collision. Select 2 for 4, V-select 20, yes. So we set it to the result of, oh yeah, we do call, never mind. Build succeeded, cool. So let's just see if this ever runs. I don't know if it, oh, well, well, if true, so of course it runs. I don't know when it runs in colors on the Wii. This is really fascinating too, by the way. I guess they must, maybe they use that for like when do they disable collision in colors? Because they must do it at some point, right? Because they have this code for it, but I don't know when they do that. Probably one of the Wisp or something does it. Like temporarily. Because I like if you're in the laser state and you shoot into the wall, you know, one of those like electric lines or whatever. It probably makes sense to disable collision then, right? What if we get a breakpoint on this? Let's just mess around and see if we can get that to trigger. Maybe drill? Yeah, I wondered about drill, but I think you can... Oh, look at that! I think you can, like, when you hit the walls underground with drill, he bounces off of them. So I don't know if that's collision or not. Like, I actually just don't know how they implemented that. But maybe drill, you're right. So when you hit a spring, for some reason, they do that? Weird. For one frame, when you hit a spring, they disable collision, apparently. What? Like, why do they do that? Okay. What about pulleys? Nope. Oh wait, when you first fly off of the pulley. Okay, so wait a minute. That's not about disabling collision. That's about, yeah, when you're just like flying. When they set some velocity and the only thing that they want is for Sonic to like move with that velocity and nothing else for a moment. That's what that's for. So you don't have collision during that point. But that's not like the purpose, I guess, of that flag? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it's just about basically disabling all of the calculations and just being like, literally all I want to happen right now is for Sonic to move at this velocity. That's it. See if laser does anything. No, not laser. The ramps do too. I was thinking to have its own weird collision system. Yeah, you might be right, Taz, like actually. Maybe it's so Sonic doesn't get stuck in the spring? I think it's so Sonic doesn't get stuck in objects. Oh! Yeah, because like, let's see when it, when they stop doing that. It's probably as soon as he gets off the ramp, right? Oh my goodness! Taz! You might be right! Wouldn't they act as triggers, though, and not have any interactable collision? I think they have triggers, but they're disabling the triggers as well. So, like, when they disable the collision, it disables interaction with everything. So they turn it off only until Sonic is no longer interacting with that object. Okay, but the balloons don't do it. So that's odd. But I don't think balloons have collision at all, right? Because, like, ramps actually have collision as well. I don't know why springs would. This is really weird. I don't know why they do this. What happens if we bump on the wall? Alright. Let's hit the drill, maybe, like the pipe. Did I turn off the breakpoint? Oh, I turned off. No, wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't turn off the breakpoint. We gotta get out of here. Sonic Team to Sonic Team. It's true. Well, it didn't trigger that time. Huh. So it doesn't do it in 2D? What about the springs? What the frick? Okay, but in 3D it does, right? So, like, let's hit another 3D one. What the frick? Like, what? Ah, dash rings do. But oh, but this keeps going. No, yeah, but only for like a moment. So I don't know if it's just collision. This is gonna do it too. No. Trick ramps don't do it. Rainbow rings do. I don't know what the circuit key is. Ooh. It's a nice frame-by-frame movement. And then I guess the final thing I want to check is the goal. So I think this is probably more than just collision. Oh, the goal doesn't do it. What the frick are they doing? I don't know what that flag, like, means. Like, if 8 is set, then instead of doing any physics calculations or collision movement or anything at all. They just say, yeah, take the velocity, multiply it by delta time, that's your new position, right? At that. And they're done. So it must just be something like simple movement, you know? Only velocity movement. I don't know what they called this flag. I don't think it's necessarily to disable collision. Like, I think the fact that collision is disabled is just like something that's not the point, right? Like, that happens too. But that's not the point. So if you were to put collision on in such a way that it's like right next to one of these ramps or springs or pulleys, it just so happens that you actually would clip through it. But that's not how it's supposed to work. Let me rephrase that. That's not like why they do this. Does Sonic normally snap on a dash ramps? Because I just noticed Sonic actually runs up the trick ramp, so maybe the actual trick state doesn't activate until Sonic's fully off of it? You know, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, there is actually like collision on the trick ramp that he runs onto. So maybe that's why they don't disable it? I don't know why they don't do it in 2D. This state is also called in 2D, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. This is just freaking weird. I don't know. But whenever that flag is set, they just don't do any collision. They just move. Very, very weird. So I guess we'll check what this flag is. Maybe there's some scenarios where they need to get rid of the collision. Yeah, I don't know. Sonic Team works in mysterious ways. Okay, so what does this do? I should probably have like put something else here that I could put a breakpoint on more easily, but whatever. So currently these are all just basically going to be the same value, right? Basically, they're just the velocity. Right, so after this call, well, they're still just a velocity because I didn't change it. I don't know why I bothered testing that. Great. Alright, let's see how much we can implement in an hour. Let's get some water first. Yeah, this is kind of like interesting. Like my reverse engineering style I've noticed has like changed a little bit over the years. Because I used to be real like I have to have everything precise. I need to know the exact name of all the functions, and now I'm like, no. You just have to freaking understand what it does enough to replicate that, and that's it, dude. Like, it's not that complicated. So I don't know why they don't check this until later, but okay. So they copy this to here. Do they have, I forget if I made a, I did. Cool. Okay, get the blackboard again. We don't need to call that twice. It's fine. They check it again, and okay, and then they copy the result into this. So this is just a ternary thing. Make that const for now until proven otherwise. Let's just say. Okay, so this flag means something like. So wait, if this flag is not set, then they use 0. But if it is set, well, this is a problem. I don't know what that vector is. I called it vec3 because I don't know. There was vec1, 2, and 3. The first one they found out was the ground normal. The third, I have no idea what that is. So I guess I need to figure that out. I guess we can just pop a breakpoint here. Gonna remove the, well, I'm just gonna disable the one that I have. Add this. Wait, I hit that? Why? Oh, I guess the poster comment runs on the results screen. That makes sense. Okay, R4. Oh. Wait, what? How does this work again? I was able to give possible hypothesis my own experience in coding before Gmail came in handy. No, seriously, like... I mean, like, legitimately. Like, games are... When you understand, like, how, like, some of the movement works in, like, something 2D like that, like, it's actually pretty similar to how it works in 3D. You know? Like, a lot of that knowledge is really great because it helps with a lot of stuff. I don't know. Okay, R4 is physics, and then they add... I don't know what R26 is. They add this. Oh, they add that to R26, they put that in R4. So by this point, it's already there. So yeah, so R4 should be... Or no, wait, I'm being dumb. I don't know. PowerPC assembly is just... I don't know, man. I don't know my stuff. Okay, because R4 is the second parameter for that function. Where's physics at? Here. Here it is, R4. So what they're doing is they're just putting it in there. The result of R26 plus this is yeah. So that should be the vector, yeah. But it's just 0, 0, 0. Fun. I mean, I don't know. That's really weird that that's Is it the same address every time? Looks like it is. So I'm just gonna rely on that, and I'm going to maybe like that's fine, why not? Add a memory breakpoint and turn off the code one. I already did that, yeah. So now, wait, it already got hit, okay. No, not when you load it, just when you store. Yeah, like that. I guess not. Okay, doggone it. Can I change it just so that it's, Ah, yes. Okay, I only want it to happen when you write to that memory, not when you read or write. That's crazy. Okay, now there's a write happening. But it's 0 again. Okay, so it's writing 0 every frame, but I don't care. What I'm curious about is how do you go about checking if your already code in Lost World plays the same as colors? I mean, I've just been testing it and just seeing if it feels the same or not. And if it doesn't, figuring out why. See if I can get like... Oh, that's... well, okay. Let's try it again. And this time, let's like maybe pause like there. I think we can actually just hit pause. Ah, yes. So this is like some number 1 and then 0. So that looks like a normal. I know that the first one is ground normal, so now I'm confused. The first one's the ground normal. Second one we don't know, third one we don't know. So this should be the value of the third one. Maybe it's not. Maybe the address changed. I don't know why they would like reinitialize that, but let's see, maybe that's what happened. Boop. Okay. No, they didn't. It's this. It's. Oh wait. What? Maybe they did. Well, okay. There. It's just 000 again. It's kind of lame. Not gonna lie. Is it just always 0? We'd have to find something that writes to it, and I don't think I have enough of this reverse engineered to search for it yet, but we can try. If that is the plan or misunderstanding, yeah, that's the plan is to try to make it as accurate to colors as possible. Yes. So I mean, if it's not like perfect, but it's in a way that like no one can actually tell at all, then like that might be fine, you know. But if you can tell at all, that's not good. I want it to feel exactly the same as colors feels to most players. You know what I mean? And that includes actually I want to fix the delta time issues at some point, which I think will be a major pain. Like that'll be a big undertaking, but I want to find all of the spots in colors code where they miscalculate things with the delta time, and then like fix that so that we don't have any of the 60 FPS bugs anymore. Because colors just... The problem is that they do the naive thing with delta time where they just multiply everything by delta time, right? And they think that's all they need to do. A lot of times it's more complicated than that. There's a great video on it. Some of you maybe have seen this, I don't know. It's this video. Dear game developers, stop messing this up by... I don't know how you say his last name, but... Yeah. You can see it. This is a good video. I'd recommend it to anyone who's interested in like game dev. Because he just explains all the different types of... Oh yeah, you did know it. Nice, Wasif. He just explains all the different types of ways that developers tend to miscalculate things with delta time. And how it's usually more complicated than that. So I mean, you could just literally apply a lot of that. I think I have nice. Nice! I like how, like, I knew when I mentioned that there were going to be several people in chat who have already seen it. But it's cool to see. It's like, yeah, nice. Oh, look at this. Resetting the ground of... Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, but is there, like... It's lame. It stinks. Can I do like a conditional maybe? Maybe I can do a conditional. Condition, okay. Oh, action. How does this work? Like, what do I type? Like I gotta type like this, right? Do I just put like equals... Let's say not equals 0? Can I do that? Of course not. How would I go about figuring out what I write for this? Oh, it is this. Well, that was a good guess. Jeez. I hope that that's correct. Guess we'll find out. Okay, so... Fine. That's not... Because I want it to be like that when the new value that's getting written to it is not 0, not, the current value. I guess maybe that's what it does? Let's like run on these slopes, because maybe that... No? So it has something to do with the ground, right? This vector has something to do... Gosh, I love some of the camera angles in this. They're so cool. Anyway, it has something to do with the ground, because it's part of the ground info struct. But I have no idea what. So whenever that triggers as being not set to 0, then that would be cool. Doesn't help that Unity has like 10 double time options for some reason. Yeah, no, like that makes it complicated, for sure. It'd be cool if like we could make this trigger. Also, nice timing on the laser there, Rad. Oh, it could be like 2D something, but it doesn't look like it is. Let's try the loop first. Well, maybe not. That doesn't seem to be it. Let's try drill. Okay, so what could this possibly have to do with the ground? I might have just screwed up the check as well, like maybe this isn't 0 all the time. Also, is that even the value anymore? Should be, right? I think it actually did change again. Oh! Oh wait, no. Dummy. Super dummy. Okay, address B8. Alright, yeah, no, that's... It's dumb. So it's just always 0. So if it's like a normal or something... A random thing, but I hope you fix the weird janky body movement colors just when you flick left or right or running. Yeah, I'd like to have like an option for that at least. I don't know like specifically what causes that yet. I assume it's a combination of like how they're doing interpolation between the animations and like the animations themselves, but I don't know. So when I like hopefully get to the point where like my goal currently is, you know, just to like try to make it as accurate to colors as I can. So hopefully I'll like get it to where, you know, it's just like colors including with the janky movement, and then I can go in and try to fix that up. So there's just nothing that like uses this. It's just always basically 0, 0, 0. So that's I wonder if, okay, I have one idea. Because I noticed something. In Lost World. Let me find it. Yeah, it's like here. No, stop. In Lost World, they have the vectors, right? But there's only 2 vectors, there's not 3 of them. Where's the ground info? Screw me, there it is. Yeah, they have ground normal, then they have whatever vec2 is in colors, and then there's no vec3. So Lost World does not have this value. So we have to add it back to Lost World. But I think... I wonder if it has something to do with the anti-gravity? What level was that in? Was that Act... 2? Maybe? Yo, hey Death, what's going on? Brad doing the DLC restoration pipeline, make it accurate and then make optional fixes. Yeah, that'll be easy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Hope it's been going well. Beware of the pipeline. You know, that's what they were trying to tell us all along. I like how it's like just my CPU, right? Because like with the GPU, it still just lags. But to be fair, it's because I have like 50 million programs open. And I'm streaming, so like that's why it lags. It wouldn't be so bad if I only had this. So anyway, what I was gonna check was just the anti-gravity. Let's see if that fires when we get there. Alright. This is one of those delta time bugs in Ultimate. Oh. And apparently also just... I don't have 60 FPS on, do I? I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Because that does not happen on the Wii. What the frick? Okay, try it again. This spline is so annoying sometimes. Well, I don't know if we can get up there. I don't want to restart the game because then I have to put in the breakpoints again. Was it in this level? Yeah, it is, right after the planets. Frick. There's another one, right? Been fine, I had the hotel AC on at plus 3,000 instead of negative 3. Oof. Absolutely insane move on my part. Oh, jeez. Well, I hope you haven't been haven't been boiling alive. That's other than that. Yeah, what's going on? My buddy Josh actually I cannot read that because there's a YouTube emoji over it. Actually created this glitch. I'm apologizing on behalf of him. Oh, thanks. You know, I think I might be able to forgive Josh. But it's gonna take some time. Okay, there's anti-gravity here, right? No, there's not. What level am I thinking of? Because I know it's in Act 2, but I can't get up the slope. Slope jumping over this should work? Yeah, probably would have. This is the lame one. I think Act 6 has it. Because that's the water, right? Act 5 might have it too. No, I don't think it does. Is it not Act 3? Wait, were you just in Act 3? I wasn't looking. Yeah, I checked it real fast. It's in Act 2, and I think it's also in Act 6 in the underwater segment. I can't remember, like, which act is which sometimes. It's like, I know, like, the levels, but I just can't remember which. I'm like, oh, is that Act 6? I don't know. Probably speed this up, by the way. Let's hold down tab. Search and set data for the gravity object name? Oh, yeah. That probably would have been easier. I'm just lazy. I don't want to fire up a hex editor. My favorite Sonic team member, Josh. Yeah, Josh did a lot for Sonic. All of it was bad, though. I don't know why they didn't fire Josh years ago. Like I like the idea that like everything that Sonic Team ever did that was like not very good, that was all just Josh. He's sorry. He meant well. Okay, so this is not anti-gravity. It happens at the end, right? Like there's a point in this level where it's I know there is. Let's just get there fast. I keep hitting RB because in Colors Ultimate it's on there. I can just remap it, but imagine clicking 2 buttons. Thank you, Josh. Means he created Rush, so it's forgivable? What? Oh, Josh created the boost formula. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Secret Rings had one developer. It was Josh. Oh, oh! I thought I hit the breakpoint, but no, it was just my computer lagging. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is where the anti-gravity is, right? No, I think I'm stupid. I think it's not in this level. Because all that happens here is the little mini-boss thing. Screw me, is there really only anti-gravity in that one stage? I thought it was in 2. Good lord. Led to Forces and Frontiers, so I can't forgive him. I'll forgive him for Frontiers. I know you're more harsh on it than me. It's one of Josh's diabolical speed traps. I'm glad that that's still a thing that's being said. Okay, we'll try this one more time, and then I'll give up. There should be 2 levels with an anti-gravity. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the other one is off the top of my head. But I could search for it. I probably should. But I'll just do this, because I think I can do it with the boost jump. Act 5, the one with the floating. Yeah, that's the one I thought it was. But I don't know. Because what triggers anti-gravity in that stage? I can't remember. It's like... Okay, try this again. There we go. Nice. Have to do speedrunner tricks just to get through the stage. This is one of the better stages in Colors, I think, because it's just like spectacle for most of it. You know, you're not doing anything here just other than basically holding, attacking, and boosting, but it's like, dude, it's cool. I don't know. You get to like just run around the rings of Saturn, run around the moon. It's like, yeah, that's pretty fun. This lag's even on a good day. Yes, Sonic, hit the thing. There it is. Alright, this is the anti-gravity. Let's go. Please hit the breakpoints. That would be very cool if you were related to anti-gravity. It's not. I wasted all of your time. I'm sorry. Okay, so what is that value when we're in anti-gravity? It's still to 0? What the frick? Wait, no, that looks like something. Just re-add that. Did it just get reconstructed or something? Yeah, the address changed, but it's still 0, even though I'm in anti-gravity. So I don't know what that vector is. It's just 0 all the time. It doesn't seem to ever be anything other than 0. So maybe they literally just used to use it for something, some point early in development, then they just freaking removed it. Because in Lost World, it's not there, right? So like, I might as well just freaking... If this flag is set, then use it, right? Otherwise use 0. Seems like it doesn't make a difference because it's always 0. So like, I don't know. There is just a gravity object in the level around the part where you have the Eggman Land pushing objects and act. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I think I know where that is. Oh well. Well, thanks for checking. I appreciate it. But yeah, but it seems like this isn't, I don't think they set this value anywhere. I have like a memory breakpoint on it. And, well, I did. The value changed later, but... And I've just been doing a bunch of stuff for a while with it, and it never changes from 0. I can't find anywhere in the code that they change it, so I don't freaking know. Those are probably your favorite Colors levels? Yeah, they're really good. Guru is not allowed here. I have a cringe statement. That's vaguely related to Guru. Hear me out. They're making that new Despicable Me movie, right? And I don't know much about it, but I looked at the premise because I wanted to, like... I just was curious what they were gonna do with this one. Because they've made a billion of them now. Well, that's... quite the exaggeration there. What is it, the 4th one? Anyway, I was like, you know what would be really cool? Like, you know how the whole plot of the movie is that, you know, he's a villain, and he ends up raising these 3, like, he basically adopts these girls, right? And then in the second one, I think he gets married to someone. I don't remember. I haven't watched that one in years. I actually saw one of them in a drive-in theater. I'm not even joking. There's still a drive-in theater open in this country somehow. And they're still showing new movies. And it was a really cool experience. I don't remember much of the actual movie, but the being in a drive-in theater was really cool. Oh yeah, that's right. I think I mentioned this before. What's it? Because someone said that before. You also watch Mario and Sonic movies in a drive-in? That's cool. That's actually really cool. What the frick? Wait, did several of us actually have that experience? I don't think I knew that. I don't know if you're messing with me, but the conspiracy? Yeah, like what? Well, so I mean, I don't think I ever saw 3, but I looked at the premise for 3 and I'm like, Gru has a brother. He's named Drew. Apparently that's what happens in the third one. Doesn't sound that great to me, but it's probably fine. I don't know. But so I was like, dude, they're making a 4th one. At this point, the people who watched the first one when they were kids are like adults. Right? So they're like nostalgic for it. It'd be really cool if the plot for the 4th one was like, you know, his daughter's growing up. Right? You could have them like in high school or whatever, and college. And you could like show the difficulties of him like parenting a teenager. You could have like a lot of jokes with it. Like you could have them like, one of them is like, wants to go to prom with this random boy who maybe you could even make look like Vector because it's just kind of funny. It's like a throwback. And Gru is like horrified because he's not prepared for this stage yet of like parenting, right? So he's like, no, you cannot go with some boy, you know. Ends up sending her to prom with a minion. And she's just like, just hates it. Like, you know, like there's a lot of opportunities for like humor with that. It could be pretty fun. It would be a really simple premise that would just work. Like, I think people would just like that movie. But apparently that's not what they're doing. Apparently the premise for the 4th one is just that, I don't know, some new character shows up and they go on some mission or something, and then it's just kind of whatever. I like that seems to be what I got out of it. I'm like, what the... Why are they waiting so long to have these characters, like, age? Like, I guess it's because they know that once they do it, they can't ever do it again. But it's just like, to me, it's like, if you were gonna make a sequel to Despicable Me, it's like, that's obviously where it should go. So I'm just kind of weirded out that they don't do that. It's been years, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't... Oh, you're talking about 3? Yeah, I don't think I ever saw 3. Despicable Me 69? Yeah, hopefully not. Like, this is just gonna loop forever. Hang on. There we go. I have returned. Yo, hey, Autumn. I sure hope the minions don't outlast me. God. That's a weirdly terrifying thought to me. The idea that, like, the minions outlive us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they reuse that character for, like, over, like, I don't know, like 70 or 80 years. It's like, bro. Like, all of us, you know what I mean? That's terrifying. It's like, at some point you need to stop. You've run out of ideas. Give it up, dude. Whoops. Okay. So this ternary function, I mean, this is always 0, so like it doesn't matter, but we'll just leave it like that for now, so that I can easily replace one of them with this in the future if I actually want to do that. if it turns out it's not 0 all the freaking time. Megamind? Oh, don't even go there. Alright. I liked Megamind. Like, a lot. Like, the original, I mean, obviously. That's a great movie. Like, it's one of those films that when I was a kid, I saw it, and I was like, that was fine. I liked it okay. I didn't really, you know, think too much of it. But then years later, I had this, like, friend who was like, I love Megamind. I was like, yeah, it was alright. I haven't seen it in a while. I wouldn't mind watching it again. And we watched it together, and I was like, this is peak. What the heck? I don't remember it being this good. Like, I just something about when you see it when you're older, it's just you get all the jokes, and you appreciate the writing, and it's like they really, this is not just some dumb movie. Like, they really thought this out. This is really well done. I really like it. Yeah, ever since then, I've rewatched it a few times since, and I really like that movie. It's really well done. So then, you know, they announced that they're doing like a TV streaming only version of it. And they tried to make it seem like it was this big sequel, like Megamind 2. You waited all these years. Now it's finally here. And then it's like awful. Like, it's not just a little bad, it's like terrible. And I'm sure you've all seen, like, probably, you know, because we all watch YouTube, right? So you've all probably seen that. I don't know how you say his name. Saparilla's predictions. You've probably seen that video, right? Ooh, it's a good video. That show is a lot worse than I thought it would be when I heard people were freaking out about it. Like, I didn't expect much, but jeez, dude. Apparently I found out that this is what this was called. Okay, so this is on ground. Probably just rename that. So that's it. So if they reuse that again, they do. No, wait, they don't. Never mind. Gum. And then sit max slope. Is collision a pointer? It in fact is. Well, that makes sense. That's pretty logical right there, but I need to re-implement that. Oh. Wait, see collision. There it is. And we need to, whoops, I accidentally hit build. I hit rebuild, oh great. Well, okay. We'll let that go for a while for no reason. I've never watched Megamind, I really need to though. And where Taz I haven't either. Yeah, no, like I understand. I don't think it was one of their more popular movies at the time, but I really liked it. Like I don't know. I don't want to oversell it. I don't want you to go into it thinking like this is a 10 out of 10 and then it's like not a 10. I don't know. But I thought it was really great. I actually thought it was just a dumb thing from the looks of it, but like Twitter goes and says the opposite. I'm curious. No, yeah, it looks dumb. Like when you see clips of it, it like looks like it's a really cheaply made. Like, you know how there's DreamWorks that's like really peak, and then there's also like Shark Tale. Okay, listen. Maybe I shouldn't have said that because I'm sure there's people who like Shark Tale. Okay, Mule likes Shark Tale, for example. So maybe I shouldn't be sleeping on Shark Tale, but you know what I mean, right? Like there's a difference in quality a little bit between some of these films. So like when I what I remembered Megamind being like was that it was kind of just something like that. I didn't really remember much of it, but when I watched it as an adult, I'm like, it is not. It's actually really well written. Okay, there's just going to be 2 different result themes that we play. Oh, that was the unused version and then the used version. I don't even notice the difference. Not Shark Tale. So now I don't know if you mean not Shark Tale as in that movie's bad, or not Shark Tale as in don't diss Shark Tale. It's 10 out of 10. It was a tiny bit different? Yeah, I'm sure it was. I just didn't notice. Edison Chaparilla have a breakdown over the movie while I was working. He screamed too much, ears were room for the whole day. No, like, that's one of the only times I've heard him scream. But I understand why, because that second thing is nothing like the original. It's completely insane. I'm like trying to think of a good example of like how to, like, well, for instance, in the original, I mean, his entire character is that he has a mega mind, right? He's a super genius, and they make him smart. Like, whenever he does things, it's extremely well calculated to the point of it being like comical, right? Because he thinks it out to a degree that it's like, how could he even have possibly, you know, predicted that or known that or whatever? It's because he's that smart. Like that's his character, right? And like he wins. And that's the premise of the movie, is what would happen if a villain won, right? It's interesting. But in the second one, they make him an idiot. Like, he's just constantly going around. He's talking like that Wonka guy, the guy who played Wonka in that AI event. I think you all know what I'm talking about. When he's like, "It's the unknown! What is that?" He talks like that. He's like, "I am Megamind. Welcome to my corner. You have entered the mysterious lair." You're like, what the... In the first one, he's voiced by Will Ferrell. So the budget got downgraded a little bit. And then they renamed the freaking Minion. Because they're like, we can't say Minion because a Minion is copyrighted by Illumination. Is it really? I don't think it works that way, because that's a word. It's just a word. It's someone can be a minion, right? So, like, that's his name. And you did it first. I think, actually, I don't know if Megamind came out. It might have been like a year or two after Despicable Me. I don't remember. But, like, dude. Stupid. It's less marketable. My dad was a minion. Oh. Megamind was the same year, but after. Ah. Be nice to Shark Tale. I haven't watched Shark Tale either. Hang on. Autumn, there's only one thing you need to see from Shark Tale. This is it. Sorry. Oh. Well, this one's edited. I'd like to see, like, just the GIF, please? But I guess we can't do that anymore. Also, it won't loop. There it goes. Okay, the original does not have this man's face. And I can't make it loop. There it goes. There's just a scene where there's this fish and they just zoom in, and it's as abrupt as this makes it look. But I can't find the original that's unedited. So that stinks. Wait, why has no one uploaded the unedited one? What the frick? Why is it only ever this man? Here, I think this one's unedited. Yes, that's how it looks. No, wait, I think the last frame is still different. I gotta stop showing GIFs. I don't know what the frick people are gonna do to these. The point is, it's great. It's a great movie. Is that EDP? Probably. I don't know. Everyone has different, like, a different corner of, like, YouTube that they occupy. That's not my corner. I'm kind of amazed by the way that, like, You do not want to know about him? Okay. I guess he's, from that description, is he like a grape or something? You don't need to go into details. I'm just assuming that's what it sounds like. Yes. Okay. Well, why would you ruin that GIF? I assume that was before he was found out, right? Ah, jeez. That's awful. Like, that's just freaking awful. Alright. Does set max slip... How did I... Yeah, that is definitely what that does. Okay, so it's like the same. We don't even need to implement it. Okay, it's used in only a few places. That's probably there, though. It's also in that, right? No, it's just an update move. And... Frick. Is it this? Have you seen the video of the guy going, yeah, it's alright, that's him? Probably. I don't remember. I've certainly heard his name before. And I knew there was something associated with it that was bad. But I don't know I don't really know anything about him. I'm kind of surprised, right? Because I know I've seen like most of those, like, if there's like a freaking you know, scandal about someone, there's usually like a YouTube essay about them that's like an hour long, you know what I mean? The downfall of, I don't know, of the Glabglabblab, whatever. They'll be like, oh, I don't know who this guy is. Sure, I'll watch a 2-hour-long documentary on him. I've seen a lot of like those sorts of videos that just document like what happened with someone or whatever. So I'm surprised that I haven't seen a video on him. But now that I've talked about it on stream and in front of my phone, it's definitely going to show up in my YouTube homepage, like suggestions. Because Google definitely doesn't listen to you. They would never do that. This one slaps. So this is weird, they swapped it, it's like swapped on the different platforms. So this is if true, this is if false. So this is the one I'm looking for here. Also, what? Oh, they just put up the... Oh, yeah, I see. So what am I looking for? This? Okay. I love the Roblox oof sound. Yeah, let's go. H-Bomber guy, I believe. You know, his videos are great. I got down a rabbit hole with him. The Roblox oof one was the first one I saw. But honestly, all of his stuff is good. That I've seen anyway. Apparently he's like controversial because some people consider him to be too left-wing. I found out about that. Okay. I'm like, but he's right. Like, I don't mean politically right, I mean, he's not saying things that are, like, I don't think controversial. He's, like, hearing out both sides and coming to a conclusion that he can back up with evidence. I don't really get that, not liking that, but okay. What was I looking for again? I don't know, set max slope? Okay. So somewhere in this function, I guess, they call it set max slope. There it is. So right at the, towards the beginning, okay. But I just like him for the funny Roblox video. This is a pain. Oh. I see. What? It's fall through. Right? Or... No, it is this, right? Yeah, I don't know why. Whatever. Okay, fix the decompilation, please. That's taking a while. Maybe leaving the wild thought, could the vector that's present in colors but not lost be related to Gameland? So you can switch between player 1 and 2 on the fly? I mean, I don't think so, because I think they just have a second, like, they would just have like a second, I forget what it's in, but C physics for the second player, but maybe you're right. I mean, it's worth a shot. I guess maybe I should try with one player and then with like 1.5 or 2. I forget if I already played this one in the DS soundtrack. I think I probably did, but... Okay. I don't see anything right now, but maybe. Assuming that that didn't change, which it might have. There we go. No, it didn't change. Okay, yeah. Let's try... I forget what 1.5 is again. I always forget. It's... There should be, like, in Spectrum, if I get this working, I'd like to have, like, an explanation for what 1.5 is. Because I don't think it's very obvious to most people what that means. I can never remember. Okay, I don't have a second controller, but... Well, I mean, I do, but I don't want to plug it in because I'm lazy. Can we just, like... Can we just fake it? Sure. What do you know? I have a second... Wait. Why does that not work? That should be fine. Oh. What the frick? Why would you do that? Okay. Fine. Do you not have any friends who are half players? No, all of my friends are full friends. They're not like half friends, you know? Alright, let's check. No. Yeah, I don't know. It could be 1.5 as well, but I don't think so. Maybe I should check it too, but... Because it's related to the ground info, right? So I don't see how that would... I'm trying to think what it could even be. I don't know. I can keep checking, but let me look for the max slope, because... This is very, very fun. How they don't have... It's like doesn't look the same at all. Okay, wait, there's Git collision, I guess is what that is. Yes. Why I didn't name that is beyond me. Like, bro. It's almost midnight, by the way. I want to stop around then. So maybe let's do this and then stop. Really? I'm too lazy to put that in tonight. Okay, good collision. Clear surface info. I should put that in too, but what is this? Transfer for movable. Is this all that that does? I guess so, yeah. And this is that one. Or maybe not. I guess it just does it in the wrong order because, yeah. Oh, we call get collision again. That's weird. He's on ground. Max silver update move. That's... Did it inline this? It must have, because where is that coming from? Yes. Yes, it did. Okay. Fantastic. So then, after that... Here? That's not it. Right? Oh wait, maybe it is. So max slope? Yeah. That looks like it. Yeah, that's it. And it's called by 3 functions? So it should be roughly around there. Oh, whoops. There we go. So it's called by 4, but that's roughly the same. I don't know why one of them got like inlined or on the Wii U. That's a little odd, but this is definitely it. Okay, and then max silver for update move, we gotta implement that. Is it the same in Lost World as it is in Colors? Probably not, but let's check. Actually, it looks pretty similar. Here we go. Okay, so it's about midnight. We're gonna stop. Let me implement this one function. Famous last words. Well, I mean, I put this in there, but I don't know if that's what that actually is. I mean, it must be, because it's got, like, the same... Neat. Oh, what's that? That's fascinating. So it's like, which matrix is this again? 2E, oh that's like way down. I guess that transforms it from gravity to world up? Something? Where's it at? EOC? There it is. It's right before ground info too, so it seems like it's probably related to the ground. I don't know. Anyway, we don't need to implement that because that's also in Lost World. But what we do need to do is let's look at this real fast. So if that is 0, then or right, this is the case. I think it's the same thing, it's just decompiling a lot weirdly, a lot more weirdly. That's 60 times this, which is like, what is it, degrees to radians or whatever? And then 90. So 60 or 90 times the same thing. That's all that we're doing. So this is that value right there. Yeah, because it's pi divided by 180. This is 60. And this... Yeah, this is 90. This is also 90. And this is also 60, so it's a really complicated way of doing the same exact thing. Except for one difference, which is that in the colors one, they also set it to 90 on the condition that this flag is set on the blackboard. Whereas in Lost World, they don't check for that. So that's the difference. So we'll have to re-implement this if we want to make it accurate to that. So what I think I'll do is, for now... Also, I think it's inlined anyway on PC, so let's just implement that real fast, because it's a real simple function. C posture common, and then I think I'm just gonna test this and then stop. It shouldn't even make any difference in game, so don't get your hopes up. Like I said, there's gonna be a lot of this at the beginning where it's just kind of like he reverse engineers for a while, and then he doesn't seemingly make any progress. But I actually made a lot of progress today. Is the bool just is grounded? Go back. Is on ground. Yeah, pretty much. Call it that. Max slope for update move. Yeah, and then it returns a float. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is, just going to run this real fast. If is grounded is 0, so let's just get the blackboard. So I don't know why it's called that. I think it's because it's like a blank slate or something. I don't know. I don't really know what the logic was. We'll just, for now, we won't implement this check yet because... whatever. I really should move that, by the way. What is it even in? Here it is. Where should I put this? There was like a mathUtility.h in Open Last World, right? Somewhere? It's math. No, there was another one, I swear. Because it had like, maybe it's in here. Oh, it's in here. Okay. Well, freaking put it in there. Like, come on, dude. That's fine, just put it there. Okay, okay. Put it here. Yo. Terminal velocity would be a good one to go out with. So we're just gonna do this. Okay, that's a pain, yeah. Is land, ground, wow. That is a long name. Prem1 Upter. We need to add this as well. Okay, so if that is true, okay, so we're just gonna do this. If that's true, otherwise, terminal programming. We're programming as fast as we can. I'll just do this. It's whatever. I think I should expand it. Yeah, that's okay. You gotta be careful with the macros, right? So here we're supposed to check the flag on the blackboard and use 90 if that flag is set. But we'll do that later. That's the only reason we have to re-implement this in the first place. We'll do that later. Okay, and then we gotta find this function. So this is max slope for update move. Let me have that. I think, oh, this one gets inlined, right? Yeah. Which makes sense. Like, it should totally be inlined. It's right before set max slope, which is here. So this is, yeah, where we do that at. I see. Wow, that's pretty nice how it got inlined. Okay, but this one thankfully did not. So that's what we're looking for. I think. Nice. When do they call get parameter though? Here, okay. Hopefully this is right. I think it is. Yo, hey, what's going on? Good morning. How's it going? It's going pretty well, actually. Oh yeah, I'm actually about to wrap it up, I think, but we're just gonna test this out. Well, yeah, I've just been working on getting the common posture going. That's your diagnosis? Oh no, I don't want that. This is an update move, yeah, which is probably not. This is probably not the name of it, by the way. I'm fairly certain that that is wrong. So I'll rename that at some point. Okay, 268. There it is, max over. Yeah, we're done with that. So then we can keep going, and like this is where we continue at. And we have to implement all of this still. Yeah, you can see why I keep saying this is the brunt of Spectrum, right? Like this is the hard part. But it's not so bad. Like we're actually making pretty good progress on this. There's all these other functions that we have to implement too along the way. This is going to be like several streams probably. I'll do some of it off stream too, because I don't know. It's maybe a little boring. But we'll just see what we can do. So set max slope, I want to at least test that out. So let's try that. Alright. These warnings would be good to fix someday. Okay. Go. So I guess if is grounded, we are not grounded, we are in the air. So we're just gonna return this. Oh! That was bad for some reason. Exception thrown access violation, that's no good. Can we fix that? Maybe this is the wrong address. Because I don't know what else could be causing that. PCVAR 12. PVAR 8 plus hex 20. That sounds about right. I don't remember how big. Oh, it's 16 bytes. That's really useful, that feature, by the way. It's like 4, 8, 12, 20. Hex 20. Yeah. I realized. I'm like, it's like, Rad. That's not what comes next. No, I jumped from decimal to hex. Sorry, that was dumb. Okay, well, I want to fix that before we stop. This is supposed to be easy. Like, because it can't be... Let's try that. Just need to make sure it's not set max slope. I mean, it is set max slope. I think it is. I need to make sure that that's what's causing it. Yeah, that's what's causing the problem. So why the frick? Is that an issue? Let's rename that, by the way. That's kind of confusing. Oh. Could that be why? No, because it's using the memory from the game. That shouldn't be crashing it. Like, what the frick? So I must just be using the wrong address or something, but let me look that again. 61 EBO. I mean, it looks right. I don't know why I think it'll not just do the same thing this time. Let's throw in an ECO. Here. It was when they tried to add 80. Yeah, it was when they tried to set this float here. The problem was that I couldn't. They had an access violation, reading location, writing location AO. That's very weird because like what? Is it not a this call or something? It has to be. So like, whatever value, it's 20, right? Bizarre. I don't know about that. That's weird. Just like do this. Oh yeah, something's weird. Something is weird about this. Supposed to be a this call. Pretty baffling. Where is this at in yeah, it's about there. What the frick, dude? R31 is the same as R1, I guess. Which has been set to this. Somehow that ends up being Like, I don't know, is there some reason that this is a different calling convention? I should just, like, re-implement this. You know what I mean? Like, this is nuts. Like, if I were to look at, like, I don't know, like this. I mean, they do much the same thing, except they don't use ESI anywhere. I don't know, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sure it's obvious, I'm just dumb. Oh, they moved this into ESI. Well, then, like, what's the problem? Is it a... So is it not a... Like, is it a pointer, maybe? I mean, yeah, instead of being stored directly? No? It looks like it's stored pretty directly. Okay. Let's just fill in some of this and see what happens. This is the thing that keeps the stream going for longer. There's always a thing. I will actually stop though. I'm not gonna go too long because I got things I need to do. Like sleeping. But I'd like to, but I'd sleep a lot better if I could know that this was not a problem. Like, that's bugging me. What am I missing? Like, what's wrong with that? Okay, well, let's try, let's do this. Okay. So what I want to see here is the address of this right here. Oh! Oh! That's null. Okay. Oh, duh. That's obvious in retrospect. I was just being stupid. Okay, cool. I like when it's not hard. Okay, so get player GOC, components dot get GOC, and then we get this one. I think it's this one. Okay, so let's like step through that. Cool. I don't know which one it's gonna call. Okay. In components, there's 5 of them in there currently. Get GOC, TID, so that's just gonna be like... Oh, I can't put a breakpoint in that. So I want to see C collision GOC's ID. Need to see some ID, please? Because I think, if I recall correctly, the way this nonsense works, right? Well, I shouldn't say nonsense, it kind of makes sense. So instead of, like, find if, here we go. What a mess. Yo, hey Seals, what's going on? I mean, a lot of coding. That'd be about it. Oh my gosh, this is a pain. Well, somehow it binds it to this. Let's construct, well, that's not what I'm looking for really, but there it is. Okay, so all that it does is it checks to see if these two IDs. Also, this is like, I should figure out the name for this. Hang on. It just checks to see if these two pointers are literally the same, right? So like if they have the exact same address. Move that over there. Whoops. You didn't see any path on the screen, by the way. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Basically like this. So that's what this function is called. So all that they're checking, yeah, is literally just like they get a reference to this, right? Oh, actually, maybe it's more complicated than I thought. What's going on with that? They right shifted by 32, and they add 12 to it for some reason. Then they dereference that. Okay, what? Hang on, let me figure this out. So this is the... yeah, this is that operator. I don't feel like naming it. Oh yeah, family ID. They OR it with... yeah, with this. And so if the pointer is literally the same, then it's equal. That's all they're doing. So they're checking if the pointer is the same. It's not if the string that it points to is equal to the other string, it's if the pointer is the same. So if the pointer is not the same, this doesn't work. Right? So I understand that. But the weird part about this is that it should be the same. So like, can I see like a disassembly? Somewhere maybe? I don't know. I can, but I always get lost in like Visual Studio's like menus. There's just way too many things that you can do. It's under debug, right? Yeah, and then window, there it is. Okay, disassembly. So this is the ID. So if we go there, it's another like pointer. Let's can I see that in hex? Do you see something? Yeah, that's right. And then if you go there, that's it. See collision geosync. So that should be the pointer, right? Maybe it's not. I don't know. So I guess what we want to check is components. Here are the components, right? Let's do a watch maybe. We can't do that, okay. No, I can't do backspace for some reason. That was not what it was called. What was it called? M components. See, it's capitalized. Okay, there we go. 0? No. Okay, that's C parameter GOC. C collision GOC, there it is. So that's set to DC 7E14. There it is. So it should compare equal, because these are set to the exact same address. So I don't know why that's not correct. Can you also just use the search bar if it confuses to where something is in the menu? Oh, in Visual Studio? Thanks, I appreciate it. I don't know where the search... Oh, here. That makes sense. Thanks. Gonna need to search for the search bar, you know? So somehow, right, for some reason, even though we're looking for... So I can probably type that too, right? Well, it does. I mean, it literally does. There it is. So it's just being dumb. What name's app player? Yep. Unless I mistyped it? No. Anyway. So, I mean, the value of this we checked is this equal to this. So I don't understand why this is not returning the value that it's supposed to. But if you go back, it returns null. So that's fantastic. It's capitalized because of capitalism, society. I'm probably right. That's probably what it is. Maybe something's wrong here. So let's see. Get collision. Get player GOC. Well, let's check that out. I understand that it's playing the same songs, by the way. My brain has melt? Oh, it's fine. It happens to the best of us. Where even is the C-base posture? Hit collision. And there's two of them. Let's use this one. I get player GOC, which just calls get GOC. On components, which is I think what I want. Yes. Wait, no? Oh, it's C player. Okay, player GOC. Yeah. I see. My bad. So it calls this one. And for the record, it's like... Is that what it is? It needs to be a pointer to a pointer? Oh. It's a pointer to a pointer. Screw me. Yeah, because it's a pointer to this. Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. Dude, I don't know. I don't get why it's not just freaking working. So this is not like there at all, but then it points to this, which is a DF7E14. And if we look at that, there it is. So this just means pass in that value, which is what we're doing. And then all this gets optimized down pretty heavily. Yeah, we just, if it's freaking equal. We have to head A out later. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Why is that not working, dude? I guess we could, like, step through this or something? This music is, you know, because of my panic. Let's skip to, like, this one again. I want to have that we're almost done energy, you know? Hopefully that'll, you know, do something. Oh, this is actually still here. That's totally what that is. Because all that it does is it just gets the, yeah, family ID. Alright, so what would work, right? Like, that's the thing. Could it be because the ASLR messed with it? No, that doesn't make sense. Right? Because, like, why would it do that? Okay, let's just let's check this in memory. How the frick did we do that again? It's like, I got it. What's the thing? It's like, well, API module address. I remember, cool. And then, freaking, I don't know. We add this to that, and we subtract, I think it's like 40. Maybe that's right. That would be disassembly, though. Nope. Wait. Actually, yeah. I think that's correct. Move, 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 push. Yeah, I got, wow, okay, I remembered, cool. Okay, so push this. How does that freaking work? Well, we're not done yet. Oh, it's up here. Let's move. Oh, it's the second move. So I mean, like, at this point, we could probably put a breakpoint on that. Oh, wait. No, frick. I didn't need you to. It's not that serious. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's gonna be a disaster trying to do that. That's why I didn't want you to do that. Okay, let's run this again. Wait, I should have probably counted it out first. I'm like, how am I gonna... I love how it's just one bug. Like, it's been 40 minutes, and all I'm trying to do is stop one bug and then sleep. That's it. That's all that's going on here. So, freaking... Okay, comment this out. Run. Sleep. It's very, very, very soon. I'm confident that I'm gonna fix this. Get collision. Because here's what I wanted to do. Module address. This is the exact line that I want it on. It's actually ended up being in the same spot in memory this time. That's wild. But nothing will call that, right? Because I removed everything in the game. Doggone it. There's some states that still use it. Ah, there we go. Okay, so all I want is to look at ECX. DC7E14. I'm gonna lose my mind. Watch this. DC7E14, right? That is the value that it is passing into this function. Let me double check. Yeah, we just push that. Yeah, it's DC. Okay, so if you pass that into the function, then it works, right? But we go here. We're like, okay, let's push it in, right? Here we go. Disassembly. Right here, push ECX. What could ECX be set to, I wonder? Well, actually, hang on. Is that what the problem is? Hang on. EAX. Oh! Wait, what's up with that? That's the problem. Okay. So wait, that's a pointer to C5 20016B. Nope. Then what is that? What that is what happens when you take this and then you freaking, I don't know, I guess. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, okay. Wait, I get it. Oh, thank God. Okay, I get it. And of course it was simple. This is a pointer to, yeah. So we need to set the pointer, right? This is the address of the pointer, not of the thing that it freaking points to. 11 out of 10. Rad's best joke yet. Okay, here we go. We're gonna finish it before the hour. That's the only one that I think I set that on, so that also makes sense why I made that mistake. And let me make sure that I got it right for the Wii U. Not that it matters, but I made the same mistake here. Thought so. Okay. Whew. Now that should work. Let's try that out. Let me actually bring back the code because it should work. Okay, and we're not even gonna notice a freaking difference, you know. It's I don't think it's just because he's not gonna fall still. He's gonna freeze in the air. It'll be extremely anticlimactic, but that's okay. We'll just stop for tonight. I just wanted to fix this one piece of code that we wrote. That's literally it. Alright. The final test, hopefully. Okay, get GOC. So let's look at the disassembly. What are we pushing in the ECX? There it is. Cool, got it. Okay, we got that. And now it should work. Cool, so he still freezes in the air. Like I thought. Because we haven't actually set his velocity yet. But we're done. We fixed the bug. Okay, that was great. Wow, I'm really glad I fixed it. Wait, no. Alright, let's finish this. Let's finish this stream. Maybe we could just do like set position. There we go. What if we did this, right? Did I make an... No, I didn't do that. Okay, so let's do minus. Oh boy. All right. This is the final thing we're doing. This is just to laugh about it. We're gonna live. We're gonna laugh. No, stop. We're gonna have a great time. Yes. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Oh, we can go out of that state. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Well, so we can just like moon jump as high as we want in the air now. We can just be like, yeah, you know what? Right here. It's pretty cool. Stomp back down. And that should actually have collision. Oh! 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 Okay. That's interesting. Does it work in 2D? Let's try. It should. I guess not. I guess I didn't override the 2D posture or something? Huh. I'll have to look into that. Let's do one more. Nice. Oh. Okay. Very good code. It's exactly what we wanted. Anyway, I just thought that would be funny. I don't know, it wasn't that funny. Alright. Well, if anyone's here, thank you for sticking around through that. Oh, there are people here. Thank you, you're very kind. I know that's not the most thrilling thing in the world. We did it, gamers! We did it! We did it! So yeah, we got, it's funny how the entire stream, it's like, it looks so, you're not welcome, dang. It's like all that I actually re-implemented, right? The whole stream was like this. Right? And it's like, oh lord, that seems really bad, but it's actually not. It's not so bad. We got a good amount of stuff going here. Because that also involved getting this function re-implemented, which we had to redo that. We got part of this going. There's like, and then we figured out a bunch of stuff in Ghidra, which I didn't end up in the code yet. So it's like we're going slowly, but making progress. It's gonna be okay. I mean, the main thing at this point, obviously, is that within this function, they calculate some vector 3, and then they just modify Sonic's position with that vector. So I assume at some point, probably towards the bottom, yeah, they just do a set position and a set velocity. This right here is what makes Sonic actually move. But they do it with the values that they computed. Actually, this one they compute way up here. So, like, we don't even have to implement the whole thing. If we just implement this part of it or whatever, we'll have the position moving. And then the velocity is computed with the rest of this. So, like, if we can just get to the point where we have that velocity value computed, we can just set it and we're done. Like, that's all that this is doing. It's not that bad. But there's all these other functions they call, right? Like this one, which we also have to implement. So that'll be fun. But anyway, ooh, thanks for watching. We'll see. I mean, I guess maybe I should do a weekly thing out of this. I don't know. We'll see if maybe there'll be another Spectrum Sunday next week. I don't know, but yeah, hopefully soon. What I'd really love to do is like come back next week and be like, hey, I made progress off stream, and have some stuff to show. But whatever, we'll see what happens. In the meantime, thanks for watching. I don't know how to end streams. Is there something? There was nothing of value. Nothing humorous I can display. Sad. I could do the Shark Tale gif again, but I don't think I will. I'll throw you for a loop. How's that? Alright. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you all soon. And, I don't think I can say it yet. But stay tuned for some cool stuff soon. I'll say that. There might be something with Rainbow soon. So if you're interested in that, I guess keep a lookout on my Twitter or Blue Wolf's Twitter. There'll be something soon. Maybe. Anyway, Corey Origins of Reboots. Yeah, that's probably what we're doing. Yeah. We put Corey Origins in Sonic Colors Ultimate. Oh my god. How could this have happened? Show the dog? What dog? Did I had to think. I'm like, did I show a dog in the stream? No, I did. See, this is a joke. This is a joke. But I did actually show a horse. Bring the horse back. There he is. I'm scared to even Google horse because I don't know. I don't know what the frick's gonna show up on Google, dude. You never know. Stop horsing around. Okay. Alright, I'll stop. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye. Wait. Peter the horse is here.